Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. I thought it was just a scarecrow on the side of the highway until it followed me home and showed up on my hallway camera. That is how tonight's story starts. A few years ago, a guy working the night shift at a roadside produce stand off US 60 in Arizona emailed this to the channel. He said it was the kind of scarecrow you drive past 1,000 times without really looking at it. Tall, ugly, arms made of straw and scrap wood, standing alone at the edge of a cornfield. Then the money problems started, the bad decisions, and one stupid night when he and his cousin decided to take that scarecrow down and drag it into their own building. Since then, he swears it has been turning up where it should not be, in the corner of a storage room, in the reflection of security monitors, and most recently, on a grainy, late-night hallway camera outside his apartment door. If you are listening to this in bed, with the TV off and the house quiet, do yourself a favor. Before we begin, just take a second and think about the last time your hallway camera sent you a motion alert and you told yourself it was nothing. I am writing this in a one-bedroom apartment on the west side of Phoenix, Arizona. If you stood where I am right now, you would see exactly what I see. The blinds are half open because the cheap plastic rod that turns them snapped off months ago. Through the slats, there is the back parking lot of my complex, a rectangle of cracked asphalt, a green dumpster with the paint peeling off, and 4 or 5 cars that never seem to move. 2 silver SUVs, 1 red Corolla with a busted taillight, and a black pickup that has been parked in the same spot so long, there is a faint pale outline of its shadow burned into the pavement. The only real color out there is the sodium vapor light over the dumpster. It throws that sick, yellow-orange glow over everything, like the world is stuck in a permanent late sunset. When the wind kicks up, the plastic lid of the dumpster claps softly against the metal and then settles again. Tonight, there is no wind. The lid is still. Inside my apartment, the air conditioner in the wall hums in a tired, steady way, like it is doing me a favor it regrets. Every few minutes, the fridge in the corner of the narrow kitchen makes a hollow click, and a faint, wet gurgle somewhere inside, then goes silent again. The microwave clock over the stove says 1:47 a.m. in bright green numbers. I have been watching those numbers roll forward more nights than I can count. The only real light in here is the blue-white glow from my laptop, propped on the little fake wood dining table. It makes my hands look washed out and sick when they move across the keyboard. My shadow is on the wall to my left, thin and jittery every time I shift in the chair. I am not using my real name. I am not going to give you the name of the complex or the exact exit I take off I-10 to get here after work, even though a lot of you could probably guess if you tried. I am not telling this because I want help from the police or because I think some Reddit thread of internet detectives is going to solve anything. I am writing this down because I need it to exist somewhere outside my own head. For years, I have done everything I could to pretend that what happened in 2009 was just a bad run of luck and stress. A nervous breakdown, heat stroke, grief after a friend disappeared. That is what people say when they are trying to make something small enough to carry. They put it in a box with a name that sounds reasonable, and they do not open it again. I tried that. It did not work. There are things I did not tell the cops when they finally took a report. There are things I left out when I sat in a plastic chair in a therapist's office and stared at a box of tissues on the table between us. There are things I have never told my parents or anyone I have dated since, because you do not drop this kind of story on someone you expect to see again. But I can tell you this: it did not end in that field, and it did not end in that little roadside stand off US 60. Because lately, almost every night, I hear it again. It is always between 1 and 3 in the morning. I will be sitting pretty much where I am now, or lying on the secondhand mattress in the bedroom with the fan on low, or standing in the kitchen eating cold pizza with the fridge door open. The building will be doing its usual late-night sounds. Somebody's TV through the wall, the toilet upstairs, a car door slamming outside, followed by a key fob chirp, and then everything will thin out enough that I notice it. The faintest little clink of metal on metal, somewhere out in the hallway. Not loud. Not like a dropped pan or a set of keys. Just a tiny hollow tap, like two small empty aluminum cans gently knocking together as something brushes past them. One sound, sometimes two. Never a full, obvious rattle like a wind chime. Just enough for my ears to catch and my brain to pretend it did not. The first couple of times, I told myself it was a neighbor carrying a bag of recycling, or somebody with a dog and a leash that had one of those metal rings on it. You can fit anything into normal if you try hard enough. The problem is, I know that sound. I know it in the same way you know the sound your own car makes when the engine turns over, or the way your mother's footsteps sounded on the stairs when you were a kid. It is not just metal on metal. It is the exact bright, thin clink of old soda cans wired to a straw wrist, moving in a way they were never supposed to move. If this was the first thing you heard from me, it would be easy to write off as paranoia. Just a guy in a cheap apartment in Phoenix, up too late after a warehouse shift, jumping at noises in the hall. I get that. I would have thought the same thing once. So let me back up. Before this place, before the hallway camera, and the motion alerts, and the 1-second silences that feel like the world is holding its breath, there was a 2-man produce stand off the highway. There was a guy named Brandon, who I used to call my best friend, and my cousin in the same breath, because that is what he was. And across the road from us, there was an old farmer named Hank Morris, whose corn was so sweet, people would drive in from 3 different suburbs just to stand in the heat and hand him cash. And there was the Scarecrow. I should probably say this up front too. I am not someone who grew up believing in ghosts. I am not the kind of person who jumps at every creak in the floorboards. I was raised on desert air and long drives and busted air conditioners, not Ouija boards and ghost stories. For most of my life, if something did not fit, I hammered on it until it did. Bad nights are hangovers. Shadows are just shadows. Strange things that happen out in the middle of nowhere in August can be explained with words like dehydration and stress, and you were just tired. But there are some sounds you cannot explain away once you have heard what they come from. It started with a roadside stand and a scarecrow I should have never touched. That is the part I am going to tell you about now. Before I do, you should know one more thing about tonight. As I sit here, the apartment is as quiet as it ever gets. The building hum has settled into that blurry background noise you stop hearing until it goes away. My hands are shaking a little on the keyboard, but not enough to make me stop. The microwave clock just ticked over to 1:48 a.m. The cursor is blinking at the end of this line like it is impatient. And as I finish this paragraph, my phone lights up beside the laptop. The screen is face down, but I do not have to see it to know the exact sound it just made. A short, soft chime that I picked when I installed the app. Something that would not startle me awake when a package got dropped off or a neighbor walked by. I have heard it more nights than I can count. Motion detected. Front hallway. I do not pick it up. Not yet. Instead, I watch my own reflection on the dark TV screen across from me, listen to the AC push stale cold air into the room, and feel my heart thudding somewhere up in my throat. The phone buzzes once more, and then falls silent. If you are reading this, understand something. I could look at that notification right now and skip ahead to the part that you probably want to hear. I could tell you what the camera shows when it thinks something is moving outside my door at 1:48 a.m. But if I do that before I tell you what happened out on US 60, none of it is going to make sense. Not to you, and not to me. So I am going to leave the phone where it is for a few more minutes. I am going to pretend, just a little longer, that it is nothing. That it could be any neighbor, any dog, any ordinary life going on just one layer of drywall away from mine. And I am going to take you back to the first time I heard those cans rattle in the dark, and the night we decided to drag someone else's scarecrow into our own walls. Back then, before the cameras and the hallway and the 1:47 a.m. notifications, it was just me, Brandon, and a splintered little box of wood baking on the side of US 60. This was summer 2009, east of Phoenix, somewhere between Mesa and Apache Junction. If you have ever driven that stretch in August, you know the look of it. The sky bleached almost white from the heat, the air shimmering over the asphalt, the flat ugliness of strip malls giving way to scrub and brown fields and distant, half-finished subdivisions. Our produce stand sat right off the frontage road, a squatting, low wooden building with a corrugated metal roof that pinged and groaned when the sun hit it. Someone before us had tried to make it cute. There were strings of fairy lights stapled along the front awning, half burned out, and a hand-painted sign that said, "Fresh Local Produce," in fading green letters. Smaller pieces of cardboard leaned against milk crates with prices scrawled in marker. Watermelon 2, 99, sweet onions, 99C LB, tomatoes, peppers, whatever we could get cheap from wholesalers or the last small farms hanging on. The whole place always smelled like a bad decision left out in the sun. Overripe watermelon, onion skins, mashed tomatoes, the sour tang of sweat soaked deep into old wood. If you stepped behind the counter into the narrow aisle where we stood all day, the air felt like a damp towel pressed over your face, heavy and used. We had a break room, if you could call it that. It was a box tacked onto the back of the stand, just big enough for a torn-up sofa that had lost most of its stuffing on one armrest, a little laminate table with one wobbly leg, and a mini fridge that hummed like a dying insect. The microwave sitting on top of the fridge had once been white, but by the time we used it, it was the color of nicotine and old grease. Its digital display only showed half the segments, so every number looked like a broken 8. That was where Brandon and I spent most of our days and too many of our nights, sweating, arguing about prices, and pretending we weren't sinking. Brandon was my cousin by blood and my best friend by default. We grew up together on the same dusty streets, playing basketball in driveways until our sneakers fell apart, where I always seemed to end up doing whatever was in front of me. Brandon was the kind of guy who talked like the next big thing was just one scheme away. He laughed loud, cursed louder, and wore his baseball cap backward like he was still 16. He always had a plan, usually involving some shortcut that would keep us from having to wake up at 6 in the morning to stack crates. I was 22, already past due on a couple of credit cards, getting calls from numbers I recognized and did not want to answer. Late fee was a phrase that showed up too often in my mailbox. Brandon liked to say we were entrepreneurs. The truth was, we were two kids with no college degree, borrowing money we shouldn't have, trying to sell wilted lettuce in a desert. Across the road, on the other hand, was Hank Morris. If we were a dying convenience store, Hank was a Saturday farmer's market in human form. His place sat on the opposite side of US 60, set back from the road, with a long dirt drive lined with sunburnt flags and hand-painted arrows. Morris Family Farm. Sweet corn, strawberries, pumpkins in season. On weekends, his gravel lot filled up with minivans and pickups, license plates from Chandler, Gilbert, Scottsdale. The air over there shimmered with the smell of things that actually made people happy. Corn boiling in big metal pots, cheap charcoal smoke from someone grilling hot dogs, strawberries warm and sugar-sweet in cardboard pints. Hank himself was exactly what people wanted a farmer to look like. Late 60s, maybe early 70s, face beaten soft and brown by decades of sun, white stubble on his jaw. He wore long-sleeve flannel shirts, even when it was pushing 100, faded jeans, and old leather boots with dried mud cracked in the seams. A red ball cap with some feed company logo sat on his head so often it might as well have been part of his skull. His hands were big and thick, with that permanent ground-in dirt that never really washes out. You could always hear his place before you saw it. Kids laughing, parents calling them back from the edge of the field, somebody's Bluetooth speaker playing country too loud. Compared to the flat hum of the highway and the buzzing fluorescent lights under our metal roof, his farm sounded like a backyard party. Some Saturdays, a car would pull off the road onto our side first. The bell over our door, an actual tarnished little bell on a spring that had seen better years, would jingle, and a family would step into the dim heat. "Hi, how's it going?" Brandon would say, all teeth, leaning on the counter like we were the ones they'd driven out to see. They would walk the few feet of aisles, look at our tired peppers and our dented apples, exchange polite smiles, and then somebody would always ask it, "Hey, is this the place with the really good corn? The one everybody talks about?" Brandon's smile would tighten just a little. "That'd be Hank's," he would say. "Across the road. He's got signs, can't miss it." "Oh, yeah, that's right," they'd say, already halfway out the door. The bell would jingle again, and through the dirty front windows, we would watch their car pull back out, cross the lanes, and turn into Hank's gravel drive without even signaling. Brandon would always mutter something under his breath once they were gone. "He's stealing our customers," he'd say, like Hank was a thief and not just a man who knew how to grow things people wanted to buy. Sometimes, Hank wandered over to us during a lull in his rush. He would cross the road slow, like heat didn't touch him, hands in his pockets, boots crunching on gravel and broken glass. He would buy a bottle of water just to be polite, or a bag of chips, even though he probably had a pantry full of better food at home. "How's business today, boys?" he would ask in that soft, scratchy voice, eyes crinkling in the corners. Brandon would say something about the heat, or the economy, or the new Walmart opening 2 exits down. I would ring him up and pretend not to notice that every time he dug for cash, there seemed to be more of it in his wallet than there had ever been in mine. I noticed something else too. When cars turned into his place across the way, kids in the back seat would point and tug on their parents' sleeves with this mixture of fear and excitement. Not at the corn. Not at the little farm stand with its cheerful signs. At the thing standing at the edge of his field. I do not know why it took me as long as it did to really look at the Scarecrow. Maybe it was because it had always been there. Background noise like the highway. Maybe it was because when you are busy trying not to think about bills, you do not spend a lot of energy staring at inanimate objects in other people's yards. But there was one afternoon, the kind of afternoon where the light goes flat and white and makes every edge look a little too sharp, where traffic slowed, and I actually saw it. The Scarecrow stood right at the corner where Hank's cornfield met the shallow ditch by the frontage road, about as close to the asphalt as it could be without risking a lawsuit. It was tall, taller than any person I knew. Its shoulders were almost level with the lowest crossbar on the utility pole nearby. The body was made of an old flannel shirt, sun-bleached into something between gray and green. Stuffed so full of straw, it bulged at the seams. Long, faded jeans hung from its waist, legs thick with stuffing, the cuffs resting in the dry dirt, but somehow never getting muddy. Its arms were wrong, too long. Each one was a length of weathered wood that stuck straight out from the shoulders and then drooped, elbowless, at a slight angle. From the ends of those arms, someone, Hank, I assumed, had wired on aluminum cans. Old soda cans, some with logos worn almost smooth, punched through and tied so they dangled in loose clusters. When the breeze came across the field, those cans clinked and tapped against each other in a thin, hollow music. It was not a pleasant sound exactly. It was too metallic, too lonely. Like a bag of bones someone had forgotten in the attic. And then there was the head. I had seen Halloween pumpkins before, the kind where people carved goofy faces and put a candle inside. This was not that. The pumpkin on Hank's Scarecrow was big, almost obscenely big, with a thick neck where it had been jammed down over the post that held the whole thing up. The skin was mottled, a sick mix of orange and darker bruised places, like it had been picked at exactly the wrong time. The face had been carved with care. That was the worst part. Somebody had taken a knife and cut 2 long, slanted eye holes that tilted up at the outer corners, too narrow to be friendly, too wide to ignore. The inside of them was painted or burned black so you could not see straw or stick behind them, only darkness. The mouth was a slash, cut far too wide across the front, then notched and jagged at the edges until it looked like it had been ripped open by fingers instead of a blade. No candle, no light, no silly teeth. Just a dark grin stretched too far, full of nothing. I remember standing there in the heat, sweat creeping down my back under my shirt, and feeling a weird prickling behind my ears. I told myself it was the sun and dehydration, that if I squinted, any face would start to look like it was about to move. But as a minivan bumped up his dirt driveway and a little kid in the back pointed at the Scarecrow, I had this sudden, ugly thought. that it was not there to scare the birds as much as it was there to make people remember. To make them say, "Let's go to the place with the creepy scarecrow," instead of, "Let's go to Morris Farm." That was the first time I really listened to the sound those cans made on its wrists. A gust came across the road, rattled the dried corn leaves, and set the cans tapping. Clink, clink, clink. Bright and thin, and too cheerful for the face they were hanging under. I went back to stacking watermelons and pretending I did not feel watched. It was only later, months later, lying on my mattress in this apartment and trying not to think about the hallway, that another memory from that summer slid loose from wherever I had buried it. One evening, we had stayed open later than usual. The heat broke around sunset, and a few more cars stopped for last-minute fruit and vegetables. By the time we flipped the open sign to closed, the sky over the highway had gone that deep purple blue that only lasts a few minutes before full dark. Brandon was in the back room counting what little cash we had made. I stepped out front to lock up, the plastic open letters rattling on their string as I flipped the sign. Traffic had thinned to an occasional set of headlights sliding past. Across the road, Hank's lot was empty. His stand was dark. The house behind the trees had one yellow square of light in a back window. And in the field, at the edge of the corn, I saw Hank standing in front of the scarecrow. He was closer to it than I had ever seen him. So close the brim of his cap almost brushed the horrible carved chin. His head was tipped up, like he was studying the face he had made. His hands were in his pockets. His shoulders were slumped in a way I had never noticed when he was talking to customers. At first, I thought he was just checking the post, making sure it was still solid. Then I realized his lips were moving. From where I stood, with the highway between us and the noise of an 18-wheeler rumbling by, I could not make out a single word. But I could tell from the way his jaw moved and the way his chin dipped and lifted that he was speaking very softly. To it. Not to a dog. Not to a person out of sight. To the tall, straw-stuffed thing with the pumpkin head. He stopped talking and took a small step back, like a man getting out of the way of something that might fall. He just stood there, staring up at it. The wind had died completely for the night. The corn was still. The flags on his driveway hung limp on their poles. And yet, in that dead calm, I heard it. The faint, unmistakable clink of metal on metal drifting across the road. Just one little rattling shiver from the cans wired to its arms. Hank did not flinch. He only nodded, once, like someone had given him an answer. If you want to understand why I went along with any of it, you have to understand what it felt like to stand in that stand with Brandon, day after day, watching Hank's gravel lot fill up while ours stayed empty. Brandon hated the quiet. When there were no customers, he had to talk. Like if he stopped, the silence would finally swallow him and the whole building with it. He would lean back on a crate, cap pushed up on his forehead, and rant about everything that was not us. "It's the market," he would say, flicking ash from a cigarette he was not supposed to be smoking inside. "People don't want to buy from two guys in a box. They want an experience. Instagram, pumpkins and hayrides and whatever. Or, it's the location. If we were 10 miles closer to Scottsdale, we'd be killing it. Nobody wants to drive out here unless it's for that old man's clown show cornfield." Or, when he was in a worse mood, "It's them. They don't know quality if it hit them in the face. They just go where everyone else goes like cattle." He never turned any of that inward. It was never that we slept in and didn't get the best produce. It was never that we cut corners or slapped new stickers on old fruit. It was always somebody else. I was not any kind of saint. I resented the customers too, in my own way. But my anger folded back on me. When I looked out through our streaked front windows at Hank's place, packed with cars and laughter and the slow spin of a kid's pinwheel in the sun, I did not just think, lucky him. I thought, what is wrong with me that I am over here instead of over there? That I am the one dodging calls from credit card companies, not him. It was like he was a walking, breathing version of everything I was not. Stable, settled, respected. People would come up to his stand and call him by his first name, like they had known him forever. They would hand him cash and thank him like he had done them a favor. He would drive past our side once in a while in his old truck, windows down, country station low on the radio. He would roll by slow, lift 2 fingers off the wheel in a lazy wave. Brandon would wave back with his whole arm and then spit in the trash can as soon as the taillights disappeared. He's got a deal, you know, Brandon said, one especially brutal afternoon. It was the kind of day where the air felt like it came out of an oven. The soda machine at the back of the stand rattled and groaned every time someone bought a drink, the compressor switching on with a thump that you felt in your feet. The little portable radio on the shelf above the register played static and half a country song, then cut out completely for a while until Brandon smacked it. Out on US 60, the traffic sound was a constant low roar, like somebody had laid a river of trucks and cars over the desert and left it running. We had sold exactly 3 watermelons all morning. One was to a guy who tried to haggle us down 50 cents like it was a car, and another was to a woman who asked if we could cut the whole thing in half so it would fit in the fridge better. Brandon had smiled through all of it, but by noon, his jaw was tight, and his eyes had that restless, glassy look they got when he was thinking about things he couldn't afford. "A deal?" I said, wiping my hands on my shirt. They were sticky from carrying boxes of peaches that no one wanted. Brandon jerked his chin toward the open doorway, where the field and the Scarecrow were just visible between passing cars. "With that thing," he said, "the Scarecrow." I laughed, because it sounded stupid out loud. "Yeah, okay." He shook hands with his lawn decoration, and the Bank of America spirits gave him lower interest. "I'm serious," Brandon said, and the way he said it made me stop smiling. My buddy Miguel, you remember, worked there for like a week. He told me stuff. Miguel had been one of those guys who drift from job to job, always showing up sweaty, always leaving without warning. He had done a few dawn shifts for Hank that spring before disappearing. "What stuff?" I asked, mostly just to have something to say. Brandon stubbed his cigarette out in an empty tomato box. Said Hank's corn never gets hit. Not birds, not coyotes, not raccoons. He said one morning he went out there before sunrise, before Hank even came out, and there were prints in the dirt along the edge of the field. "Prints," I repeated. "Like animal prints? That's sort of how animals and dirt work." Brandon shook his head impatiently. "That's what I said." But he said, "No, man. They were like something had been walking up and down the row, back and forth, all night. Not paws, not boots. Just long smears, like something dragging. And he said he kept hearing footsteps when there was nothing there." I snorted, but softer this time. Footsteps in dirt, in a field, Yeah, no way that's wind or your imagination. Except he quit because of it, Brandon said. Didn't even collect what Hank owed him, just walked. I shrugged, but the story hung in the hot air between us. It was easier to believe in mice than in deals with scarecrows, but Miguel had not struck me as the type to give up cash for fun. Later that week, after another day of watching our parking area stay empty while Hank's overflowed, I found myself driving home alone at dusk. Brandon had left early to take care of something. The sky was smeared orange and red, clouds stacked like flat stones over the desert. Heat still radiated off the asphalt, making the air in front of my truck ripple. As I approached the stretch of road where our stand and Hank's farm sat facing each other, I slowed down without really deciding to. There were no cars behind me. A semi in the opposite lane thundered past, shaking my side mirror. After it was gone, the road felt suddenly, uncomfortably quiet. I pulled onto the shoulder on our side, gravel crunching under the tires, and killed the engine. The sudden lack of noise made my ears ring. On our lot, the stand sat dark and small, its fairy lights unlit. Across the highway, Hank's place was closing down. A few stragglers were getting into their cars. The last rays of sunlight were slanting across the corn, turning the tops of the stalks the color of old pennies. The scarecrow stood where it always stood, at the corner of the field nearest the road. Without the distraction of customers and the usual daytime brightness, it was easier to see it as something separate from the rest of the farm. The flannel shirt hung slack around its stuffed chest, the pattern almost gone from so many washes of sun. The jeans were crusted with dust up to the knees. Its arms stuck out in that unnatural crucifix pose, the cans on its wooden wrists, dull and matte in the fading light. I got out of the truck. I am not sure why. Maybe I wanted to prove to myself that it was just wood and straw and a pumpkin, and that everything else was stories and resentment. Maybe I just needed to feel like I was doing something, even if that something was as stupid as staring down a scarecrow on the side of the highway. The heat hit me as soon as I stepped onto the shoulder, rising off the road like breath. Little stones poked through the soles of my boots. The air smelled like dust and old gasoline. I walked to the edge of the ditch and stopped there, not crossing onto Hank's property, just standing where I could really look at it. Up close, the pumpkin head was worse. What had looked like just creepy from the stand was, from this angle, something else entirely. The knife cuts around the eyes were clean, almost delicate, long slits that tilted up just enough to give the impression of something constantly annoyed. The edges of the cuts had dried and curled a little, like the skin around a scab. Inside the eye holes, the darkness was absolute. I had expected to see a hint of straw or the dull end of the post. There was nothing. Just two shapes cut into orange flesh, full of black. The mouth was wider than I'd realized. It stretched nearly from one side of the pumpkin to the other, not in a neat jack-o'-lantern grin, but in a ragged arc. The corners had been jabbed deeper, giving the impression of torn cheeks. There were no triangular teeth, no cartoonish tongue. The whole thing looked like someone had carved the idea of a scream and then forced it to hold still, halfway between opening and closing. It did not look goofy. It did not look festive. It looked like a face trying very hard not to move. That was the part that bothered me. Standing there with the highway at my back and the field ahead, I had this ridiculous thought that if I blinked at the wrong time, those dark slits would change. narrow or widen or tilt just a fraction more. The mouth would pull up into a grin or down into a frown. Not all at once, not in some movie jump scare. Just a tiny adjustment, like the change in someone's expression when they decide what they really think of you. A car whooshed past behind me, making my shirt flutter against my skin. The wind it brought with it brushed the field. The corn leaves rustled. The cans at the Scarecrow's wrists rattled softly. Clink, clink, clink. I told myself that was all it was. Wood, straw, pumpkin, gravity, wind, a tired brain, and a bad mood. I turned and walked back to the truck, trying to shake off the feeling of being rude, like I'd stared at a stranger on the bus for too long. When I started the engine and checked my mirrors out of habit, I glanced into the rear view. For half a second, no more, I would have sworn the Scarecrow's head was not facing the field anymore. In the mirror, the pumpkin seemed slightly turned. The angle of the carved eyes shifted just so, as if it had rotated on its post to look directly at the back of my truck. Not all the way around. Just enough that those black slits lined up with my reflection. I blinked hard and looked again. It was back where it had always been, chin toward the corn, empty eyes on the rows. The rational part of me came roaring back to fill the crack that feeling had made. Mirrors distort distance. You moved your hand on the wheel, and the angle changed. Light plays tricks at sunset. You were tense. You were looking for something to be wrong, so your brain gave you what you asked for. By the time I pulled onto the highway and picked up speed, I had convinced myself that was all it was. A trick of light and a tired mind. Something harmless that you forget by morning. There is one more thing from that time that I did not really think about until much, much later, after the stand, after the hospital, after the first night I heard cans clinking outside my apartment door. Whenever Hank came over to buy water or chips, or just stand in our shade for a minute, he would talk. About the heat, about the price of diesel, about how the city was going to widen the road any year now. His voice had that dry drawl that made even complaints sound neighborly. But every so often, he would mention the Scarecrow. Corn's doing good this year, he might say. That old Scarecrow's earning his keep. Or, kids love that ugly bastard. I swear it scares their parents more than it does the crows. And every single time he said the word, Scarecrow, there would be this tiny, out-of-place sound under the highway noise and the radio and the hum of the soda machine. Clink, a single, bright tap of metal on metal, coming from across the road, from the field that was too far away and too still for coincidence. I told myself it was wind. At the time, I was very good at telling myself things like that. August in that part of Arizona is not just hot. It is mean. By the third week of the month, the sun feels personal. It does not just sit in the sky, it leans down. It pushes on the roof of your mouth when you breathe. The light coming through the front windows of the stand was so bright, some days, it turned the dust in the air into a visible haze, like we were underwater in something too warm. Inside, the ceiling fan we had bolted to the rafters turned and turned, but all it really did was stir the stale heat around. Blades thick with dust, wobbling a little on each rotation, the motor making a tired ticking noise when it hit a certain speed. The air smelled like fruit that had just started to cross that line between ripe and rotten, sweet and sour at the same time. A fly buzzed in lazy circles over the onion bin. bouncing off the plastic bags and the metal rim, then veering toward the back room. The bell over the front door would jingle once or twice an hour when someone walked in, bringing with them a breath of furnace-hot air and the smell of asphalt from the parking area. Most of them walked right back out again after a half-hearted look around. Around noon on one of those days, my phone rang in my pocket. The screen lit up with a number I knew too well by then. I stared at it for a few seconds, long enough for the bell on the door to jingle as someone left, long enough for Brandon to look up from the crate he was rearranging and raise an eyebrow. "You gonna get that?" he asked. I stepped behind one of the displays and hit answer, pressing the phone to my ear. "Is this Joshua?" a woman's voice asked, crisp and tired in the way only someone who spends all day reading from a script can sound. "Yes," I said, though every part of me wanted to hang up. She launched into the usual. "This is so-and-so from the collections department. We have attempted to contact you regarding your past due balance. Your account is now seriously delinquent." Words like default and escalation and impact on your credit report slid past my ear like oil. I had heard them enough times that they no longer sounded like individual threats, just one long, low hum of trouble. "I'm working on it," I said, because that was the only thing I ever seemed to say. "I'll have something by the end of the month." "You've said that before, sir," she replied. By the time I ended the call, my shirt was sticking to my back and my throat felt dry in a way that had nothing to do with the heat. I shoved the phone back in my pocket and forced myself not to look at the time. Looking at it would only make the afternoon stretch longer. "Bank vultures again?" Brandon called from the other side of the stand. "Yeah," I said. "Join the club," he muttered. About an hour later, a white pickup pulled up not to our stand, but to the gravel strip we technically rented from the man who owned the land under us. The driver stayed in the truck, engine idling, AC running. A guy in his late 40s, pressed shirt even in the heat, sunglasses that probably cost more than my entire wardrobe. Landlord. He did not come inside. He did not need to. Brandon saw the truck, wiped his hands on his shorts, and stepped out to meet him. I watched from the shadow of the doorway as the landlord handed him a folded piece of paper and pointed vaguely at the stand, at the empty lot, at nothing in particular. Brandon's shoulders, usually loose and cocky, tightened. The truck backed out and pulled away. Brandon came back in, flipping the paper open as he walked. His jaw clenched as his eyes moved down the typed lines. "What is it?" I asked, even though I already knew. "Notice," he said shortly. "Rent's going up next month. He says, due to increased property value with the expansion of the highway." I glanced out at US 60, a ribbon of baked black, shimmering in the distance. "Expansion," I repeated. "Right. And if we can't pay, he's got a list of people waiting to lease this spot for a taco truck or some crap." Brandon crumpled the notice in his fist and threw it hard into an empty crate. It bounced out and landed on the floor. The ceiling fan hummed on. We made it through the rest of the afternoon on autopilot, rearranging crates that did not need rearranging, throwing out peaches that had gone soft and furry, nodding at customers who came in just to ask for directions to Hank's, and then pointing across the road like it did not tear a new little hole in something every single time. By late afternoon, the heat outside had mellowed from searing to just crushing. We retreated to the break room for a few minutes. The mini fridge hummed and rattled, straining to keep a six-pack of cheap beer and a soggy paper bag of sandwiches cold. The microwave sat dark, its half-broken display stuck on 388 for no reason anyone could explain. The room smelled like old pizza, sweat, and the ghost of every meal we had eaten in there in the last 3 months. An empty pizza box lay open on the table between us, a grease stain in the middle where the last slice had been. Crumpled napkins were scattered around it. 2 aluminum beer cans sweated on the table, leaving wet rings that would probably remain longer than our business did. The TV mounted in the corner, a boxy thing we dragged out of somebody's garage, showed a local news anchor warning viewers about a heat advisory. Red graphics flashed, excessive heat warning, limit outdoor activity. I almost laughed. I wanted to invite the meteorologist to come stand behind our counter for 12 hours and see how optional outdoor activity felt. Brandon took a long pull from his beer, set it down too hard, and stared at the television without really seeing it. "We're dying out here," he said finally, the words flat, not a rant this time. "We're dying in this little sweat box while that old man is making a killing across the road." He did not have to specify which old man. We could hear faint traces of Hank's world even from back here. The distant laughter of a child, the pop of someone closing a car door, the muffled thump of music from a Bluetooth speaker. I did not answer. I watched the condensation slide down the side of my can instead. "If his miracle scarecrow is gone," Brandon said, his tone shifting into something more familiar, scheming, hungry. "Maybe the birds will level the playing field a little." I looked up. "What?" He gestured vaguely in the direction of the field. "You heard Miguel. No crows, no coyotes, not even bugs over there, like the thing's some kind of guard dog. That's what everyone talks about, right? Oh, let's go to the place with the creepy scarecrow. Take away the attraction and the protection. Maybe Hank finally has to work like the rest of us." "It's a scarecrow, Bran," I said. "A stick with clothes and a pumpkin on it. If we're losing to a pumpkin, maybe we deserve it." He ignored the jab. "You saw his field today. Full. Ours? You could bowl in here. He's not growing better corn because he prays harder. People remember the weird thing at the side of the road. They post pictures. They tell their friends. It's free advertising. And if Miguel's right, and it really does spook every critter in a mile radius, then that's 2 advantages in 1. I felt a flicker of anger, the kind that comes up when someone starts making ugly thoughts sound logical. "So what? You want to steal it? That's petty, even for you." Brandon leaned back, letting the back legs of his chair tip up an inch, then drop. "Petty? You think the bank is going to take we were too polite to touch the sacred scarecrow as a reason when they come for your car? You think the landlord's going to say, you know, these boys had integrity, let me comp their rent?" "I'm not saying it's fair," I muttered. "I'm just saying..." "Just saying what?" His voice sharpened. "That we owe him? That he deserves to prosper while we get squeezed to death from every direction? That's not how this works. We're not in some story where the good farmer wins because he's kind to animals. He has an edge we don't. I'm just talking about evening the odds." I looked at the empty pizza box, at the unpaid bills stuffed in my glove compartment, at the crumpled notice from the landlord on the floor. I thought about my phone calls, the woman's voice reminding me that people like me do not get infinite chances. "It's vandalism," I said weakly. Brandon snorted. "It's a scarecrow, Josh. We're not keying his truck. We're not burning his house down. We're moving some old wood and straw off his land. Birds and bugs do the rest. That's on nature, not us. The worst part was how easy it was to imagine it working. Without that tall, ugly figure at the edge of his field, maybe the charm would break. Maybe people would stop taking photos and just see another farm like any other. Maybe the crows, if there really were any, would take their share for once. Maybe, just maybe, the next car that pulled off the road would slow on our side instead of his. I felt that twist inside my chest, the mix of guilt and desperate hope. Like standing at the edge of a cliff and thinking about how quickly everything would change if you took one step forward. You know you should not, but your mind is already working out how it would feel. "We don't have to wreck it," Brandon said, reading something in my face. "We could just borrow it, move it, lay it down somewhere, even just for a while. Birds see no boogeyman, they move in. That's all it takes. We get a couple of good weeks, we catch up. He rebuilds if he wants. No permanent damage." "Except to our souls," I said, only half joking. Brandon rolled his eyes. "Our souls already took out loans, man." We sat there in the hum and the flickering light, the local weatherman gesturing at a map of triple-digit numbers. Sweat rolled down my spine and soaked into the back of the sofa. Somewhere beyond the thin wall, a truck shifted gears on the highway, the low roar rising and falling like a tide. I told myself it was just talk. Brandon always had some plan half-baked, some shortcut to survival. Most of them never made it past the complaining stage. We would vent, drink our cheap beer, and then wake up the next morning and drag ourselves back out to the front of the stand to try again. That day, though, something felt different. Maybe it was the weight of the landlord's notice sitting in the trash. Maybe it was the way the bank's voice had sounded especially final. Maybe it was the fact that, when I closed my eyes, I kept seeing that pumpkin face and its carved, frozen knot smile, and thinking about how people actually smiled at Hank when they handed him money. By late afternoon, the sun had dipped just enough that shadows started to stretch longer over the lots on both sides of the road. I stood in the doorway of our stand, leaning one shoulder against the frame, watching Hank's place. His parking area was full. Red brake lights flared as cars backed out or inched forward. Kids ran ahead of their parents, holding paper bags that sagged with produce. Someone had set up a little portable grill near the house. Smoke drifted up in a faint blue ribbon, carrying the smell of meat and spices. Voices floated, too far away to make out words, but clear enough in their tone. Happy, content, normal. Our lot looked like an empty stage after the show has been canceled. I closed the sign on the door a little earlier than usual. The open side swung inward silently, the closed side turning out toward the road. The bell gave a half-hearted jingle and then settled. Inside, the stand felt even more hollow. I was reaching up to flip off the overhead lights when I saw movement through the glass. Hank was crossing the road. No truck, no tractor, just him on foot, shoulders a little hunched, hands tucked into the pockets of his jeans. The traffic had thinned enough that he could wait for a break and walk over at his own pace. The sun hit the sweat stains on his flannel in a way that made them stand out darker. I thought, irrationally, that he must have heard us, that he had somehow picked up our greedy little plan straight out of the air and was coming to call us on it. The bell chimed when he stepped inside. The heat came with him, wrapped around the cooler air like it was trying to shove it out. "Evening, boys," he said. His voice sounded rougher than usual. Brandon, who had been stacking empty fruit crates near the back, straightened. "Hey, Hank, how's it going?" "Can't complain," Hank said automatically, though he looked like he could. He reached into the crook of his arm and set 2 ears of corn on our counter. They were still in their husks, pale green, tassels a little dried. "Brought you these. Had a few extras. Figured you might want a taste of the good stuff." He smiled a tired, genuine smile. It made me feel worse than if he had strutted in and bragged. "Thanks," I said, because someone had to. He looked at me then, in a way he hadn't before. Really looked. His eyes were pale and a little bloodshot, the whites yellowing with age. There was something searching in them, something that made me feel like he was counting all the half-formed thoughts we'd had in that back room. "If you ever think of touching that scarecrow, son," he said quietly, and the word son hit harder than I expected. "Just remember." He paused. For a second, I thought he might say something like, "God is watching," or "I'll have the sheriff on you." "It doesn't just watch the field," he finished. He let that hang there between us. He did not elaborate. He did not wink, or laugh, or say he was joking. He just patted the counter once, like he'd laid down a card in some game I did not know the rules to, turned, and walked back out into the heat. The bell jingled as the door closed behind him. The ceiling fan turned. Somewhere, faintly, beneath the hum of the highway and the buzz of the flies, I could have sworn I heard a thin metallic clink from across the road. By the time we actually did it, the day felt like it had been stretched until it was transparent. We closed up later than usual, just to keep our hands busy and our mouths shut. Brandon was quieter than I'd expected. No jokes, no speeches. He counted the till twice, slapped the drawer closed, and flipped the sign on the door from open to closed, like that small plastic rectangle had personally offended him. "Go home, get some sleep," he said to no one in particular, then added, "I'll pick you up at 11. I knew he was talking to me. I also knew I was not going to sleep. I showered in my apartment, stood under the thin stream of lukewarm water while my thoughts crawled in circles. Afterward, I lay on my mattress in the dark, fully dressed, staring at the ceiling. The digital alarm clock on the floor next to the bed glowed 9:17, then 9:43, then 10:28. Every time I thought about texting Brandon and saying, "This is stupid, let's forget it," some other image popped up. My bank statement, the landlord's notice, Hank's full parking lot, and that pumpkin face carved into a permanent not expression, watching the road with eyes full of nothing. At 10:56, Brandon's truck honked twice outside my place. Not loud, just 2 quick taps. I got up, heart beating too fast, grabbed my keys, and went down. The night outside was still hot, but at least the sun was gone. The world had gone flat blue and silver. In the parking lot, the Chevy Silverado sat idling under a streetlight, paint dull, grill bug splattered. Brandon was in the driver's seat, one hand draped over the wheel, the other on the shifter. He wore a dark t-shirt and a baseball cap pulled low. "You look like you're going to a funeral," he said when I opened the passenger door. "Maybe I am," I said, trying to make it sound like a joke. "It came out wrong." He snorted. "Relax. We're moving a pile of straw, not robbing a bank." I climbed in and shut the door. The interior smelled like old fast food, and the pine tree air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror long since faded to a vague chemical sharpness. Brandon put the truck in gear and pulled out onto the street. We did not talk much on the way to the highway. The radio was off. The only sounds were the engine, the tires on the road, and the occasional click of the turn signal. Outside, the town thinned. The houses gave way to dark lots and lonely streetlights. Eventually, all that was left was the late-night emptiness of the road to US 60. Between midnight and 1 in the morning, that stretch is almost a different world. During the day, it is a line of motion and noise. At that hour, traffic comes in pulses. A rush of headlights, the roar of a semi, then a long, slow quiet where you can hear the wind moving over the asphalt. We came up on the familiar exit, the one that led to our stand and Hank's farm. Brandon slowed, took it, and eased the truck onto the frontage road. The stand appeared first in the darkness, a short, squatting shadow on the right. Our open sign hung dark in the front window. The fairy lights under the awning were off. The whole place looked smaller, with no sun, just a box forgotten on the side of the road. Across from it, the darker mass of Hank's land lay behind the ditch and the fence. His house lights were off. The gravel lot that had been full of cars earlier was empty now. Just faint tire ruts and a couple of plastic bags caught on weeds, fluttering weakly. Brandon reached up and flicked off the headlights. The world outside the windshield went black for a moment, and then resolved into a dim, grainy version of itself under the starlight and the distant gleam from highway lamps. He left the parking lights on, a low, orange glow at the corners of the truck, like eyes half open. "Last chance to tell me you're chickening out," he said, but his voice did not have much bite. It sounded more like he was asking himself. I looked at the silhouette of the Scarecrow, just barely visible as we drew closer to the turnoff to Hank's driveway. Even from this distance, you could pick it out, a darker shape against the sky, too straight, too tall. "I'm already here," I said. He turned the wheel. The truck left the pavement with a soft bump. Gravel and loose dirt crunched under the tires as we rolled onto the narrow road leading into Hank's property. Brandon steered without the headlights, following the memory of the path more than any visible line. We kept our speed low. The hot night air slipped in through the cracked window, carrying the smell of dry weeds, dust, and something else faint. A green, raw scent that might have been corn. A little chime dinged when I opened my door, one polite warning that I was about to do something incredibly stupid, then cut off when Brandon killed the engine and twisted the key back. The sudden quiet pressed in around us. The only sound left inside the cab was the ticking of hot metal cooling. We sat there for a few seconds, both listening. Nothing but the faraway rush of US 60 like an invisible ocean and the nearer buzz of insects in the grass. No dog barking, no porch light flicking on. The house was a dark block behind a few trees, its windows dead. "Come on," Brandon said finally, his voice low. He pushed his door open, the hinge creaking, and stepped out, boots hitting the dirt with a soft thud. I followed, my own door giving a tired groan. The night outside felt bigger once I was out of the truck, the sky wide and full of stars that never showed themselves in town. The air was still hot, but there was a little stir in it now, enough to whisper through the dry leaves at the edge of the field. My eyes adjusted slowly. Shapes became clearer. The fence along the ditch, the ruts in the driveway, the piles of old lumber by a shed. and beyond them, at the edge of the corn, the Scarecrow. Up close, without the buffer of the road, it was even bigger than I remembered. Its pole was planted in the hard-packed earth beyond the ditch, but the top of its pumpkin head still rose above the highest tassels of corn, like a buoy in a sea of stalks. Its arms were stretched wide, the faded flannel sleeves hanging in gentle folds, the wooden cross pieces beneath them thick and splintered. The aluminum cans wired to its wrists hung limp at this angle. Little ghosts of soda brands catching what little light there was. One or two of them turned slightly in the faint stirrings of air, making that thin, hollow tap, clink, clink, that I had learned to pick out from our stand. The eyes carved into the pumpkin were just black pits now, but when a cloud slid away from the moon and a line of pale light slipped across the field, something in them gleamed. It was not a reflection of glass. There was no glass, but the wet shine of the pumpkin flesh itself, catching the light at the edges of the cuts. For a second, it did look like they were wet, like something inside was staring back through a thin layer of fluid. "Jesus," I whispered before I could stop myself. Brandon snorted quietly beside me. "Still creeps you out?" "It's ugly," I said. "On purpose." "That's the point," he said. "Come on, grab the wire cutters." We had brought tools. Of course we had. A pair of rusty but solid wire cutters, a cheap flashlight we were trying not to use, and some work gloves. Brandon pulled the gloves on, fingers flexing, and walked toward the fence. I climbed down into the shallow ditch, the dry dirt sliding under my boots, then scrambled up the other side. Up close, the smell of the field was stronger, earth and plant, with a hint of something sweet underneath. Standing at the base of the Scarecrow's post felt wrong in a way I cannot fully explain. It was not just trespassing. There is a particular feeling when you stand too close to something that has only ever existed at a distance in your life. Like getting up on stage after the audience has gone home and seeing how much smaller and shabbier everything looks. Except this did not look smaller. It looked heavier. Brandon ran his hand along the post, feeling for the wires. "Here," he murmured. The Scarecrow was lashed to the main stake by loops of thick, rusting wire crossed over its chest and back. The metal had bitten deep into the flannel and straw under it, leaving grooves. Brandon gripped the wire cutters, positioned them around one strand, and squeezed. The metal scraped and squealed before finally giving with a crack. The sound felt too loud in the quiet field. He cut another, and another. Each time the wire snapped, the Scarecrow shifted imperceptibly, as if it was exhaling. The post supporting it creaked. I put one hand up without thinking, steadying its side. The fabric under my palm was coarse and dry, but beneath it, just for a moment, I thought I felt something harder than straw. Something rigid, following the curve of where a ribcage would be, if it had one. "Did you feel that?" I asked. "Feel what?" Brandon grunted, working at the final wire. "Nothing," I said quickly. "Just hurry." The last wire snapped with a metallic twang. For a second, everything held. Scarecrow, post, the whole world. Then gravity took over. "Easy," Brandon hissed. We both grabbed at it, one on each side, as the full weight of the thing came off the stake. It was heavier than it had any right to be. Not the awkward lightness of something mostly made of straw, but a resisting solid weight. My knees bent more than I expected as it slumped into our arms. The wooden crosspiece under its shoulders dug into my forearm through the glove. As the body tilted forward, the cans on its wrists swung out and collided, a handful at a time. Clink, 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 clink. The sound, so soft at a distance, was sharp and close here. It was not musical. It was dissonant, out of rhythm, like laughter heard through a bad connection. We wrestled it down to the ground, laying it carefully, or as carefully as we could, on its back between the first row of corn and the fence. The pumpkin head lolled to one side, the carved eyes staring into the dirt. In the half-light, the deep cuts of the mouth looked almost like a wound. "See?" Brandon panted. "Just a big, ugly doll." "Yeah," I said, but my voice did not sound convinced even to me. We dragged it, inch by inch, toward the ditch. The wooden legs caught on clods of earth and stalks. Every time we jostled it, the cans chimed, seeming to object. By the time we eased it down into the shallow dip and up toward the truck, my shoulders burned. We hoisted it onto the back of the Silverado with a clumsy heave. Its arms flopped, one dangling over the side until Brandon swung it in. He grabbed an old tarp, stained and stiff, from the corner of the bed and threw it over the Scarecrow's body. The shape of it disappeared under the gray sheet, becoming just an anonymous mound. I climbed into the passenger seat, chest heaving, shirt stuck to my skin with sweat. My hands shook a little as I closed the door. The chime dinged again, a single polite note, then cut off when Brandon turned the key. The engine coughed to life. He switched the truck into reverse, eased us back onto the driveway, then to the frontage road. Only when we were a few yards from Hank's entrance did he flick the headlights on again. The sudden blaze of light made my eyes hurt. We rolled past the now empty stake where the Scarecrow had stood all those years, a bare post jutting up out of the soil like a missing tooth. I found myself staring at it through the side window, thinking absurdly that it looked wrong without anything on it. Naked. As we picked up speed on the frontage road, a gust of hot air came in through the open crack in my window, carrying with it the smell of dust and something faintly green. From the back of the truck, under the tarp, I heard the cans knock together once, softly, almost thoughtfully. Clink. I told myself that was just the movement of the truck, the bump of tires over the rough patch where asphalt met gravel. I told myself there was nothing under that tarp but wood and straw and a rotting pumpkin. At the intersection with the highway, Brandon slowed, then pulled onto US 60, merging with the thin flow of late-night traffic. A semi went by in the opposite direction, wind buffeting us. The truck's mirrors shook. Habit made me glance up into the rear view. For a second, in the reflection, the tarp in the bed of the truck looked wrong. It was not lying flat the way I had expected. It was humped, uneven, as if something under it had shifted onto its side. One corner twitched, just a little, like a breath-moving fabric. Clink, clink. Two more taps from beneath the tarp, somehow not synced with any bump in the road. I blinked hard and looked again. The shape was still, just a tarp-covered bulk. The cans must have been swinging from when we loaded it, settling. That was all. We drove on. The farther we got from Hank's land, the easier it was to breathe. The stand came back into view on our side of the road, a dark, waiting rectangle. Brandon turned off onto our lot, gravel rattling again under the tires. Before we did, though, before the angle of the truck shifted and our line of sight changed, I glanced across the highway one last time, toward the corner of the field where the Scarecrow's post now stood empty. In that flash between the motion of turning and the sweep of the headlights, I would swear I saw a tall shape at the edge of the corn, taller than a man, thin and straight, arms at its sides instead of spread. No pumpkin glowed, no flannel flapped, just a suggestion of a figure in the deeper dark. Then the truck turned fully into our lot. The angle broke, and all I could see of Hank's field was darkness and stalks and the bare, lonely stake pointing at the sky. By the time we pulled back into our lot, the world had shrunk down to the few things our headlights could touch. It was a little before 2 in the morning. The stand sat hunched in the dark, its shape familiar in a way that made it feel less like a building and more like a tired animal resting. The fairy lights under the awning were dead, just a limp line along the edge of the roof. Weeds at the edge of the gravel cast thin, reaching shadows. Out on US 60, the highway had gone back to that pulse pattern. Nothing for long stretches, then a sudden roar of an 18-wheeler, a stray SUV heading somewhere too late or too early, red taillights fading into the distance. Between those passes, the quiet was deep enough that you could hear the buzz of a lone insect near the light above our door. Brandon cut the engine. The truck shuddered once, then went still. For a second, we just sat there, both of us listening to the cooling tick of the motor and the faint slap of the tarp in the warm air. "Let's get him inside," Brandon said, voice low. We got out. Gravel crunched under our boots. The stand loomed ahead of us, dark windows reflecting odd fragments of ourselves. Off to the side of the main building was the storage shed, a narrow add-on with a cheap metal door and a padlock that always stuck before it gave. I went around to the back of the truck and grabbed the edge of the tarp. The shape under it looked wrong somehow, more distinct now that we were under the harsher light of our own security bulb. You could see the outline of the crossbar where its arms spread, the hump of the pumpkin head near one end. The cans at its wrists made shallow, scraping sounds against the bed as we shifted the weight. We peeled the tarp back enough to get a grip on the Scarecrow's shoulders. The flannel was rough and damp from the night air. We hoisted it up again, heavier it seemed than when we had first dragged it, though that might have been my muscles complaining. Its legs bumped against the tailgate as we maneuvered it out, boots sliding a little in the gravel, until finally the full weight of it sank into our arms. "Watch the head," Brandon muttered. "If that thing pops off in the lot and he finds pumpkin chunks, we're screwed." "Just move," I grunted. We half carried, half dragged it toward the shed. The metal door was set into a rough wooden frame, paint peeling. A spiderweb stretched across one upper corner. Brandon let go with one hand, fumbled in his pocket for the key, and worked it into the old padlock. It resisted like always, then gave with a squeal that made my teeth ache. He unhooked the lock and pulled the door open. The hinges shrieked, a sound that cut through the quiet and seemed too loud for the hour. Inside, the storage shed was a sliver of darkness. The smell hit first. Cardboard, old dirt, a hint of fertilizer from a bag we had stored months ago and never used. The air was hotter in there, trapped and stale. I reached in along the wall for the light switch, fingers brushing rough plywood and a cobweb, then found the toggle and flipped it. A single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling buzzed to life, flooding the little space with harsh yellow light. The shed was lined with shelves, holding broken down boxes, extra crates, a few coils of hose, and the old soda machine compressor we never got around to fixing. The floor was dusty concrete, tracked with our footprints. We maneuvered the Scarecrow inside, careful not to smash the pumpkin head on the low ceiling beams. Standing upright, the top of its carved skull came dangerously close to the bulb. For a second, the light made the cuts around its eyes and mouth glow a deeper, sickly color, like bruises. We set it with its back against the far wall, pegging its base between two stacks of boxes so it would not slide. The wooden crossbar of its shoulders nearly touched one side of the shed to the other. Its outstretched arms cast long shadows that fell across the floor and climbed the opposite wall, dark X shapes that made the room feel crowded. Brandon stepped back, wiped his hands on his shirt, and let out a breathy laugh that did not quite ring true. "Look at that," he said. "Now he works for us." He said it like a punchline, but it landed flat. The Scarecrow loomed in the corner, its jacket hanging in dusty folds, its jeans stiff and full, feet made of bundled straw shoved into old boots whose leather had split at the sides. The pumpkin above it all stared straight ahead, its carved eyes leveled at the little doorway, mouth stretched in that frozen, unwilling gape. With the light directly over it, the hollows of the eyes seemed deeper. You could see the marks where the knife had slipped a little, where the person who had carved it, Hank, probably, had pressed too hard. The flesh inside the cuts had dried and darkened. Flies had left tiny black dots here and there. The mouth was shadowed so completely, it might have been a pit. Brandon wandered back out into the night, saying something about grabbing the tarp. For a moment, I was alone in the shed with it. The sounds from outside, the highway, the insects, even the faint rattle of the tarp in Brandon's hands, dropped away. All I could hear was the buzz of the bulb and my own breathing. Standing that close to it, I had the sudden, absurd feeling you sometimes get when you misjudge a stranger's personal space. Like I had stepped too close in a grocery store line, and now I could feel the silent irritation rolling off them, even if they never said a word. It was ridiculous. It was a post with stuffing and a pumpkin, but every instinct in my body was screaming that I had gone too far, that I was crowding something that did not want me near it. My eyes met the carved slits where its eyes should have been. Of course they did. We always look at faces first, even when we know there's nothing behind them. Just straw, I muttered to myself, as if saying it out loud would make it more real. Just straw and wood. The Scarecrow did not move. It did not do anything. It just stood there, a tall, ugly silhouette against the shed wall. Arms stretched wider than any human could hold them for more than a second. Brandon came back in, dragging the tarp along the floor, and the spell, if that is what it was, broke. He tossed the tarp into a corner, wiped sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand, and reached for the light switch. "Say goodnight to Hank's lucky charm," he said. The bulb snapped off. For a split second, before my eyes adjusted, the afterimage of the Scarecrow's face hung on my vision like something burned into a screen. Then the shed went fully dark, swallowing the lines and shapes. Brandon pulled the door shut. The metal clanged against the frame. In the instant before it latched, as the gap narrowed and the last sliver of light from the yard cut across the Scarecrow's midsection, I heard it. Clink. Just one bright, clean tap of metal on metal from the shadowed space we were closing up. Neither of us had touched its arms. There was no wind. Brandon paused with his hand on the handle, then shrugged and snapped the padlock back into place. "Loose cans," he said. "We'll tighten them tomorrow." We walked back toward the front of the stand. gravel whispered under our boots. The security light over the door hummed, attracting a handful of moths that spun in endless circles around it. The highway beyond sang its low, mechanical lullaby. Inside the stand, the dim emergency lights painted everything a washed-out gray. We did not turn on the full overheads. No point advertising we were there. Instead, we headed straight for the break room, the place that had become our cave. The mini fridge growled as it kicked on. The AC unit in the wall of the main stand chugged to life, coughing out air that was cooler than outside, but still far warmer than comfortable. A fluorescent tube overhead flickered, threatening to die, then changed its mind and stayed on. Brandon grabbed 2 beers from the fridge and tossed one to me. The can was damp and cold in my sweaty hand. I cracked it open. The fizz sounded loud in the cramped room. "To new employees," Brandon said, raising his can. "Yeah," I said, forcing my mouth to twist into something like a smile. "To our new Scarecrow." We drank. The beer was cheap and metallic, but it went down fast. Brandon started talking about tomorrow, as if it were already guaranteed. How the birds would descend on Hank's unprotected fields. How word would spread that his corn was slipping. How customers would drift back to us by habit. "We just need a break," he said. "One good break." The TV in the corner played some late-night rerun with the sound off. The weatherman from earlier gestured at the same map, his mouth moving silently around triple-digit numbers. The ceiling fan in the front room clicked faintly with each rotation, a loose screw adding a tiny syncopation to the AC's constant hum. I tried to picture Hank waking up to a chewed-up field. The image should have made me feel triumphant. It didn't. Every time I saw it in my head, it came with that other image layered over it. Him standing in front of the Scarecrow at dusk, lips moving, stepping back like he was waiting on an answer. We finished one beer and opened another. Our words started to slur at the edges, smoothed out by exhaustion more than alcohol. Eventually, the day caught up all at once. My eyelids felt heavy, my limbs leaden. "You take the couch," Brandon said, already dragging a thin mattress onto the floor. "I'll take the good suite, down on the rocks." I dropped onto the sofa, the springs complaining. The cushions smelled like every shift we'd ever sweated through. I kicked my shoes off and let them thump to the floor. In the next room, through the thin wall, the stand settled for the night. The AC hummed. Somewhere loose, a piece of metal vibrated in a rhythm that almost matched my breathing. The front sign creaked a little as a late-night breeze pushed against the awning. I must have fallen asleep fast, because the next thing I remember clearly is waking up without knowing why. The room was darker. The TV was off, either timed out or switched off by Brandon before he crashed. The only light came from the narrow hall, where a security bulb in the main stand bled a faint strip of yellow under the door. The AC was still running, a low, steady roar. The fridge in the corner added its own bass note. Together, they made that kind of white noise that fills up all the spaces in your head. Underneath it, something else moved. At first, I thought it was just part of the hum, a soft, intermittent scratch, like 2 rough surfaces brushing. My half-asleep brain tried to fit it into things that made sense. Mice in the wall, a tree branch against the roof, the building cooling. Then I realized the sound had a direction. It was not above or below. It was to my right, toward the wall we shared with the storage shed. I held my breath without meaning to. in the absence of my own breathing, I could hear it better. A slow, irregular row, row of something fibrous dragging along wood or concrete, as if a broom were being pulled across the floor in a lazy arc, or a bundle of stiff straw was shifting its weight against a board. I lay there, eyes open in the dark, staring at the shape of the ceiling fan above me. The sound came again. A drag. A pause. Another drag. Always from that same patch of wall. "Brandon?" I whispered. He made a noise from the mattress on the floor. A grunt, maybe, or a snore, but he did not answer. The AC sputtered for a second, then regained its rhythm. The fridge clicked as its cycle changed. For a few heartbeats, the scratching sound stopped. I told myself I had imagined it. I told myself it was a trick of the machinery or the cheap construction of the building. Then, from the other side of the wall, from the direction of the shed we had locked and padlocked and tried not to think about, I heard it. Clink, clink. Two clear, bright taps of metal on metal, spaced just far enough apart that I could not pretend they were a single echo. Not the stuttering rattle of loose junk in a box. Not the jangle of keys. That thin, hollow can-on-can sound I had once only heard across a highway, now so close it might as well have been in the next room. The AC did not stop. There was no breeze. The night outside the small window was still. I did not get up. I did not go check the door to the shed. I lay there, my body rigid on the sagging couch, and listened to the white noise of the machines, trying to pretend that the small, sharp sounds slipping between their breaths were not there at all. Morning came like it always did out there. Rudely, with no regard for how the night had gone. I woke up feeling like I had swallowed a handful of gravel. My mouth was dry, my tongue thick from warm beer and bad sleep. The springs in the couch had left a pattern stamped into my back. For a few seconds, I did not remember where I was or what we had done. The room was a gray blur, the AC still grinding in the wall, the faint smell of reheated pizza and sweat hanging in the air. Then I rolled over and saw Brandon's empty mattress on the floor, the blanket twisted into a knot at one end, and it all came back like a migraine. The shed, the scarecrow, the sound of cans clinking through the wall when there was no wind. I sat up too fast. My vision narrowed, then widened again, spots of light dancing in front of me. The cheap coffee maker we kept on the little counter in the break room burped and hissed. Brandon must have started it already. The smell of bad coffee drifted toward the couch, cutting through the heavier odors of the stand. Wilting produce, cardboard, sweat baked into wood. I ran a hand over my face, feeling stubble and dried salt from old sweat, then pushed myself to my feet. My legs ached from the night before's hauling. My hands remembered the weight of the scarecrow before my brain really did. Brandon was in the main room, dumping yesterday's grounds in the trash. He looked tired, but wired, eyes too bright in his sunburned face. "Morning, Sleeping Beauty," he said. "You snore, by the way." "You were out before me," I muttered. "You didn't hear anything?" He paused, coffee pot in hand. "Hear what?" I opened my mouth, then shut it again. What was I supposed to say? "Hey, did you hear the thing we stole moving around in the shed we locked it in?" "Never mind," I said. "Nothing." "Probably the AC dying," he said, turning back to the machine. "It's on its last legs, like everything else here." I stepped into the front of the stand and squinted against the light. The sun had cleared the horizon enough to spear directly through the big front windows. turning every speck of dust into a floating grain of gold. The produce displays looked rough in that unforgiving brightness. Lettuce edges browned, apples dulled, tomatoes starting to wrinkle. The air already felt too warm, even this early. I pushed open the front door, and the bell overhead gave its usual little ring, an exhausted sound. Hot air rolled in immediately, slapping the breath out of me. I stepped out onto the concrete pad, blinking. The highway was busy again. Morning commuters heading toward the city. Engines, tires, the occasional honk. That sound had become the background soundtrack of my life. But there was another layer on top of it now. Something shriller that did not belong. At first, I thought it was kids, or maybe someone's radio. Then I realized it was birds. I turned toward Hank's side of the road. The difference from the day before punched the breath out of me in a very specific way this time. The neat, green height of his cornfield had been chewed down into ragged patches. Stalks leaned drunkenly at odd angles, leaves shredded. You could see gaps now where there had been solid green walls. Ears of corn lay on the ground, some half-stripped, pale kernels exposed like rows of teeth. Dark shapes moved through the air, and along the broken rows, crows, blackbirds, whatever they were, wheeling and hopping and calling to each other in ugly, triumphant voices. The sound of them cut right through the traffic noise. Harsh caws, croaks, the rustling thump of wings. A few of them perched on the remaining standing stalks, pecking greedily. One darted down, grabbed something pale in its beak, and flew off. Right in the middle of it all was Hank. He was on his knees in the dirt near the front edge of the field, flannel shirt already streaked with dust. His hat lay upside down a few feet away, forgotten. With no brim to hide under, his hair looked thinner, the top of his head pinking under the rising sun. His big hands were pressed against the sides of his face, fingers knotting into his hair. Even from across the road, even with the distance and the movement of the birds, I could tell from the angle of his shoulders and the shape of his back that something inside him had broken. For a second, just a second, I felt a flash of exactly what I had thought I would feel. We did it. It worked. The thing that had seemed like a symbol of everything he had, and we didn't, had been taken away. And now, his perfect field looked like any other unlucky farm after a bad night. Then the image of him kneeling there, hands on his head while the crows feasted, registered in a deeper part of me. It did not feel like winning. It felt like standing over a body you had not meant to hit that hard. Behind me, the door opened again. The bell chimed weakly. Brandon stepped out onto the pad, coffee mug in hand, and followed my gaze. "Damn," he said, low. We stood there side by side, watching the decision we had made the night before play out in real time under the merciless sun. "You wanted birds," I said after a moment. My voice sounded flat. "You got birds." He sipped his coffee, jaw tight. "Yeah, nature's doing its thing. About time it did it to someone else." A car honked as it passed, probably reacting to someone merging badly, but the sound made me flinch. On Hank's side, he pushed himself up from his knees, slowly, like an old man whose bones had finally admitted their age. He wiped at his face with one hand, leaving a streak of dirt on his cheek, then bent to pick up his hat. When he straightened and jammed it back onto his head, he turned toward the road. His eyes found our stand immediately. Our lot was empty, of course. No cars, no customers, just two young men standing in front of a wilted building, one holding a coffee mug, both of them suddenly very aware of their hands. Traffic slowed for a second, then cleared. Hank looked both ways, out of habit more than actual concern, then stepped down into the ditch, crossed it, and climbed up onto our side. Close up, he looked worse than I had ever seen him. The red in his face was not the healthy flush of heat. It was the blotchy, uneven redness of someone who had been furious and then emptied out. His eyes were rimmed in red too, and wet in a way that made me look away for a second. He stopped a few feet from us, boots scraping on the concrete. For the first time since I had met him, he did not open with a joke or a neighborly greeting. "Either of you see anyone near my place last night?" he asked. His voice was hoarse, not accusatory at first, just hopeful, in that strange way people get when they want there to be a reason, even a bad one, for something awful happening. Brandon answered before I could. "No idea, sir," he said, shrugging with a practiced looseness. "We closed up like normal, crashed in the back, didn't see or hear a thing." He took a sip of his coffee. "Rough night for you, I guess." The words hung there, souring the air. Hank's gaze slid from Brandon to me. Standing that close, I could see the little flecks of lighter color in his irises, how his pupils seemed too small in the bright light. His eyes dropped, almost absently, to my shoes. A piece of straw clung to the laces of my left boot. Long, pale, out of place against the dark leather. I hadn't noticed it when I put them on. Hadn't noticed it when I stepped out onto the pad. His eyes lingered on it for a second. Then they moved to the trash can just inside our door, visible through the open space. On top of the crumpled paper and discarded produce stickers, 2 empty soda cans sat on their sides, brands old enough that the designs matched the faded ghosts on his Scarecrow's wrists. He did not say anything. His gaze went back to my face, then to Brandon's. In that moment, I felt more naked than if he had grabbed me by the collar and dragged me into the middle of the highway. We had planned for a lot of things: noise, neighbors, cameras, but not for the possibility that the man we were robbing was not an idiot. "I'm really sorry about your field," I heard myself say, the words tumbling out thinner than I meant them. "It must have been something big, a storm, or, I don't know, something got past your fence." Brandon shot me a look, but it was too late. The apology was out there, hovering between us like a fly. Hank's mouth twisted, not into a smile, not into a scowl, just a grimace that suggested both. "Yeah," he said quietly, "something got past." He looked tired, more than tired, old in a way that had nothing to do with his years. "I've been on that land 27 years, he said, a little more to himself than to us. "Never had a night like this, not once. Crows always flew over. Coyotes stayed to the scrub. Fields stayed clean." His eyes flicked, just for a heartbeat, in the direction of his property. "Until last night." I swallowed. The coffee I had not even finished sat like a rock in my stomach. Behind us, inside the stand, the phone on the counter started to ring, the shrill sound slicing through the heavy moment. None of us moved to answer it. Traffic roared by in a brief surge, a cluster of cars heading toward town. When the noise dropped off again, the world seemed even quieter. Hank shifted his weight, boots scraping. For a second, I thought he might just turn around and walk back across the road, take his loss and his suspicions with him. That would have been easier, cleaner, in its own ugly way. Instead, he looked at me again. Really looked, like he had yesterday, but with something sharper behind his eyes now. "You boys have a good day," he said finally. The words sounded like they had gravel in them. He turned and started back toward the ditch. He was almost to the edge when he stopped. He didn't turn around right away. He just stood there, shoulders hunched, as if debating whether something was worth saying. Then he half turned and glanced back over his shoulder, his gaze locking on mine, not Brandon's. "You don't understand what you dragged into your walls last night," he said, just like that. No preamble, no explanation. His voice was low, but there was no shakiness in it now. It carried. The phrase landed on me with a weight my brain immediately tried to rearrange into something less threatening. "He means guilt," I told myself. "He means consequences. He's being metaphorical. Old man farm wisdom. You brought trouble into your life, son." That kind of thing. "Sir, I started, but he had already turned away. He climbed down into the ditch, crossed it, and trudged back up onto his own side of the road. A crow hopped along the edge of his field a few feet from where he stepped. Bold, a piece of yellow kernel clamped in its beak. It flapped away lazily as he approached, not afraid so much as inconvenienced. I watched him walk toward the wrecked rows, toward the mess of trampled plants and scattered corn. The line he had thrown over his shoulders stayed with me, sticking to the inside of my skull like a burr. "Dragged into your walls." It was just a scarecrow, I told myself again, harder this time. Just wood and straw and a rotten pumpkin standing in a shed that was technically ours now. We had not dragged anything. We had carried something in, that was all. The tiny hairs on the back of my neck did not seem convinced. The rest of that day moved like something half melted. By noon, the stand felt less like a place of business and more like the inside of a slow-cooking oven. The ceiling fan turned uselessly above us, smearing the hot air around instead of cooling it. The AC unit wheezed in the wall, coughing out lukewarm air and sounding like it might finally give up. Outside, the sky had gone that flat, blistering white that makes shadows look too dark and everything in between look washed out. Customers came in fits and starts. A man in a reflective vest grabbed a bottle of water and left without looking at anything else. A woman with a kid pulled in, asked if we carried the same corn the Morris farm has, and left when we said no. Most of the afternoon, the bell over the door stayed silent. The storage shed, on the other hand, would not shut up. Not in my head. Every time I walked past the wall that separated the front of the stand from that narrow space where we'd propped the scarecrow, I felt it. A kind of pressure. Like someone was on the other side of the wall, standing very still, close enough that if the wood vanished for a second, our noses would almost touch. There was nothing to hear, not in a way I could point to. Just the normal creaks of a cheap building in the heat. But my brain kept trying to sort those little ticks and pops into patterns, a weight shifting, a long, slow exhale through dry grass. More than once, I found myself slowing as I passed that stretch of wall, my footsteps going softer. It was a stupid instinct, like lowering your voice in a room where someone is sleeping. Except if anything was on the other side of that wall, sleep was not the word I would have used. "Dude, you okay?" Brandon asked at one point, catching me with my hand flat on the paneling, like I could feel something through it. "You're acting like you left your heart medication in there." "I'm fine," I lied, snatching my hand back. "Just tired." He shrugged, wiping sweat off the back of his neck. We'll sleep better once this pays off." The sun kept climbing and then started its long, slow drop. Shadows from the awning stretched across our empty parking area. Traffic on US 60 shifted from workday flow to evening mix. Somewhere across the road, I heard the short, ugly caw of a crow. I tried not to imagine what Hank's field looked like now. Around closing time, Brandon tossed a glance at the front windows and then at the register. "We're not going home tonight," he said. "We're staying." "We stayed last night," I said. "Look how well that went." He shook his head. "Different reason. Word gets around fast out here. You know that. If somebody hears what happened to Hank's place, some genius might think it's a great time to hit us too. We should be here. Keep an eye on things." He did not have to say the other part, that if Hank decided to look for his missing scarecrow, it would be better to be on site, to improvise, or run. "Keep an eye on things," I repeated. "You mean, keep an eye on it?" He smirked, but there was no real humor behind it. "Call it whatever helps you sleep." We turned the sign to closed, pulled the front shades down halfway, and killed the main lights. The stand sank into a softer dimness, the aisles lit only by the weak emergency bulbs near the exits and the last bleed of daylight through the windows. By the time full dark fell, the world inside had shrunk down to the break room and the sounds we knew too well. The mini fridge hummed. The AC in the main area droned, on the edge of rattling. The old wall clock ticked, each second scratching at my nerves. Every few minutes, the ice maker in the freezer let a cube drop with a hollow clack. Beyond the thin wall, the highway's constant rush blurred into a long, uneven roar. Sometimes, when a semi passed, the whole building shivered just enough to make the fluorescent tube overhead flicker. We ate from what we had: stale chips, a couple of microwaved burritos that tasted mostly like salt. Brandon had the TV on low volume, some late show host's voice bleeding into the hum of everything else. The glow from the screen painted him in flickering blue and white as he sprawled on the couch. I sat in the chair nearest the break room door, where I could see down the short hallway that led to the front of the stand. And, if I leaned just a little, the door to the storage shed at the far end. We had locked it again after the morning rush, checked the padlock twice. There was no reason for anything in there to move. No drafts, no open windows, no animals. The first sound came sometime after midnight. It was small enough that at first I thought it was just the ice again. A scrape, a faint bump. But ice falls and stops. This kept going. A soft dragging noise that went on just a fraction of a second too long. It sounded like a cardboard box being pulled across concrete. I muted the TV without thinking. The sudden drop in noise made the AC's breath expand to fill the space. Under it, the sound came again, longer this time. A scrape, a low thud. Brandon looked over, eyebrows raised. "What? You hear that?" I asked. We both fell silent. For a moment, there was only the clock and the machines. Then clearer, scrrrr. The distinct sound of something heavy but not rigid sliding along the floor in the direction of the storage shed. A hollow corner of a box catching on the ground, then giving. "That's in the back," I said. Brandon was already standing, reaching for the cheap flashlight we kept by the door. He shook it once, checked the beam, and clicked it off again to save the batteries. "I'll go," he said. "Probably just a box fell off a shelf, or a rat. You can scream if you see it run by." He tried for a grin. It came out thin. I'll "Stay here, I guess," I said, stating the obvious. The break room suddenly felt like a stage, and I was the only audience. I listened as his footsteps moved from carpet to the harder surface of the front room, then to the hollow, slightly echoing thump of the short hallway. The sound traveled through the thin walls, heel, toe, It stopped near the end, where the storage shed door was. The old hinges complained when he opened it. That screech cut through everything, then died. Silence swallowed it, thick and expectant. From where I sat, I could not see the door, not sitting down. I could only hear. The flashlight clicked on, a small, sharp sound, followed by a muffled shuffle as Brandon stepped inside the shed. The acoustics changed. His movements suddenly had a tighter echo. I heard the dull thud of a foot nudging something on the floor, the sliding scrape of what I guessed was a box being pushed back into place, then a clatter of something metallic hitting the concrete, a quick burst of chaos. "What the hell?" Brandon's voice, half mutter, half curse, floated back, softer and distorted by the walls. It sounded more irritated than scared. He moved again. Something else shifted. Wood against wood, maybe. The flashlight beam probably swung over shelves, over the tall shape in the corner. I imagined it lighting up the pumpkin's carved mouth, the empty eyes. I imagined the way the arms might cast long shadows on the boxes. Another sound broke through, not sliding this time. A rough, fibrous scrape, like a stiff broom being dragged, slow and short, over a hard floor. Then a pause, then another. Each drag was accompanied by a breathy, dry whisper, as if air was being forced through a bundle of straw. I held very still. My heart had started that heavy, thudding beat that made my chest feel tight. The AC hummed on, oblivious. The clock ticked. "Brandon?" I called. My voice came out lower than I intended, like I was already afraid of being heard. No answer. Another noise from deep in the shed. A hollow thump, as though something long and weighty had brushed the wall or knocked into a shelf. A metal object rolled a short distance and came to rest with a ringing, empty tone. I could picture the cans on its wrists swinging, hitting the side of the shed. I could picture straw-packed legs adjusting their balance on concrete they had never been meant to stand on. "Brandon?" I tried again, louder this time. The building seemed to lean in to listen. Nothing. No curse, no reassuring laugh. No, I'm good. The sounds had stopped. No more scraping, no more shifting. Even his footsteps had gone silent. The hallway between the break room and the shed door was only a few yards, but looking at it then, it might as well have been a tunnel. Shadows pooled in it, cut by the faint glow from the front windows. I stood up slowly, my knees feeling a little weak. The chair scraped on the floor, loud in the hush. I waited, almost hopeful, for that simple, human hold on from the back. It did not come. The longer the silence stretched, the more it thickened. The machines kept filling it in along the edges, the AC, the fridge. But there was a shape in the middle of the soundscape that was empty in a very particular way. I told myself rational things. Maybe he found a mouse and was dealing with it. Maybe he had his headphones in, which was stupid, but not impossible. Maybe he was messing with me, waiting for me to freak out so he could jump out of the dark. "I'm coming back there," I called, because not saying it felt like sneaking up on something, and I had no interest in doing that. Still nothing. I stepped out of the break room and into the front of the stand. The air felt thicker here, closer to outside temperature. My shoes sounded too loud as I walked across the worn linoleum toward the hallway. The fluorescent tube overhead flickered once dimming, then steadied with a high insect whine. As I turned into the narrow hall, the light changed. It was always darker here, boxed in by storage on one side and the wall to the shed on the other. The only illumination came from the open door of the break room behind me and the little emergency light near the front exit. Halfway down, the fixture above my head flickered again. Once, twice. Then it went off entirely, plunging the hall into murky shadow. I stopped. The carpet runner under my feet felt thin and uncertain, as if the concrete beneath had shifted somehow. "Bran!" I tried again, softer now. My eyes adjusted bit by bit. Enough light leaked from the other rooms to outline the end of the hall, to show me the rectangular shape of the storage shed door. It was not closed. Where there should have been a solid, shut line of darker shadow, there was a narrow, vertical strip of even deeper dark. The door hung open just an inch or two, enough that I could see the edge of it against the frame. We had locked that door. I had watched Brandon snap the padlock in place earlier and heard him say, "Just in case." Now, the padlock was nowhere to be seen. The metal latch hung loose, the hasp turned away like a mouth that had been pried open. Whatever had opened, it had not bothered to close it all the way. For a second, I just stood there in the half-dark hallway, staring at that strip of black where the storage door was cracked open. The AC hummed in the front room. The clock ticked in the break room behind me. Somewhere out on US 60, a semi rolled by, the low roar shaking the glass in the front windows just enough to make them whisper in their frames. None of those sounds reached past that opening. "Brandon," I called one more time. Nothing. I moved anyway. My feet felt heavier than they should have, each step along the carpet runner deliberate, like my body was giving me time to change my mind. The closer I got to the end of the hall, the more the air seemed to thicken. The warm, sour smell of the stand. Fruit going soft, cardboard, stale coffee, faded under something else leaking from the crack in the door. Dry, sweet in a dead way, like old straw and dirt that had been buried and then brought up again. I stopped with my hand inches from the metal handle. It should have been hot. Everything else, metal in that place, baked under the August air. But when my fingers finally closed around it, the cold hit me like a little electrical jolt. It was the kind of cold you get from something that has not been touched all day in a dark basement. Not a door inside a stand that had been collecting heat since sunrise. Too cold, all at once, the chill sinking into my skin and settling in the bones of my hand. I pulled in a breath, held it, and pushed the door open. The hinges gave their usual drawn-out screech. It sounded wrong this time, though, stretched over something softer that I could not quite hear, like a voice trying to talk under a scream. Inside, it was pitch black. The weak spill of light from the hallway died just past the threshold, swallowed by the narrow, cluttered space. The smell of straw and that damp, just dug earth hit me full on now. Stronger, with the door fully open, as if the shed had been holding its breath and exhaled when I broke the seal. "Brandon?" I tried again, softer now that I was closer. The word felt disrespectful in that black mouth of a room. My hand slid along the inside wall, searching for the light switch. The plywood was rough under my fingertips, little splinters catching my skin. My nails scraped over paint, over a stray nail head, over the edge of a shelf. The sound, small, gritty, felt too loud. I found the switch and flipped it up. The bulb hanging from the ceiling buzzed awake and flooded the room with that dirty yellow light. For a heartbeat, my eyes refused to make sense of what they were seeing, as if they had been braced for something worse and didn't know what to do with ordinary. The shed looked normal. Boxes stacked on the shelves. The old soda compressor in the corner. Coils of hose. A busted plastic crate with one side caved in. The concrete floor, dusty and smudged. No overturned shelves. No blood. No sign of a struggle, other than the fact that some of the boxes looked a little skewed, as if someone had bumped them with a hip or a shoulder. No Brandon. My brain did the lazy thing first. Must have gone around back. Must have gone outside to smoke and is about to laugh at you for freaking out. Very funny, I said, even though my voice came out thin and didn't sound like I meant it. You can come out now. Nothing answered but the electric buzz of the bulb. Then my gaze went to the far wall, to where the Scarecrow had been. The corner where we'd wedged it between stacks of boxes was empty now. The wall itself was bare, just plywood stained with old spills, lines where something tall had once leaned. On the floor in front of that bare spot was a tangle of straw, not a neat pile, not the way it would look if something had been stuffed and then pulled apart carefully. This looked like something had been ripped out of somewhere and thrown down. Long, bent stalks, broken pieces, bits of thread from the flannel shirt we'd stolen it in. Trailing away from that chaotic nest on the floor were marks, not footprints, not drag marks from a boot or a crate. Long, shallow scrapes in the dust, spaced unevenly, as if something narrow and stiff had been dragged along. Lifted, dropped, lifted again. Each line started near where the Scarecrow had once stood and ran toward the middle of the room, then toward the door. They reached all the way to the threshold where I was standing. And then they just stopped. Right at the point where concrete met the hall's cheap carpet runner. No smudges on the carpet. No track of straw or dirt beyond the doorway. Like something had stepped right up to the edge and then changed its mind about leaving a record. A small, stupid comfort tried to sneak in. Brandon moved it, I thought. He wrestled it out of the corner and hasn't told me why yet. Maybe he took it apart. Maybe he... Brandon, I said again. But this time, I was not really expecting an answer in front of me. I backed out of the doorway, one careful step at a time, and turned down the hall. My body wanted to run, but running meant I had decided there was something to run from, and I was not ready to give that idea that much power yet. In the break room, the TV was still frozen on some late-night commercial, volume turned down low. The coffee pot sat half full. The couch was empty. Brandon's keys were not on the table. That meant nothing. He took them with him all the time, even just to walk to the bathroom. What did mean something, though, was the sound my phone made when I dialed his number. The connection clicked, and then, from somewhere behind me, not faint and distant, not muffled by distance, but here, I heard his ringtone, the cheap, tinny little tune he refused to change, coming from inside the building. I turned slowly. The sound wasn't coming from the front, not from outside, not from his pockets. It was coming from the row of dented metal lockers we'd wedged against one wall of the break room. 3 doors, all covered in stickers and chipped paint. The middle one was his. The ringtone buzzed again, vibrating against metal, the sound sharp and close. I walked over and opened the locker without thinking. There, on the top shelf, right where he always tossed it at the start of a shift when he didn't want it in his pocket, his phone lay face up, screen glowing with my name, vibrating against the thin metal. The call went to voicemail. Whatever story I had been building in my head about him stepping out for a smoke or circling around to the back entrance to mess with me shuddered and fell apart. He had not taken his phone. He had not even taken his wallet, jammed into the corner of the locker under a folded shirt. No one in their right mind goes for a walk in the middle of nowhere at night without either. I ended the call. The locker door wobbled when I let it go, then swung halfway shut on its own, creaking. The shed, I thought. He has to be in the shed. You just missed him. He stepped out a side exit you forgot was there. He's crouched behind a stack of boxes waiting to jump out and yell boo, because that's exactly the kind of idiot thing he'd do. The part of my brain willing to believe that was shrinking fast. I was suddenly very aware of how quiet the building had gotten. The AC was still running, but somehow its hum seemed farther away. The fridge had slipped into the silent part of its cycle. The clock on the wall ticked on, measured and indifferent. I realized, distantly, that I was standing in exactly the same place I had been in that morning when Hank had said, "You don't understand what you dragged into your walls last night." My ankles prickled. It was not a dramatic thing. Not a grab, not a sharp jerk. Just the faint, dry impression of something brushing against the bare skin above my shoe. Like the lightest possible touch of fingers made of straw. I sucked in a breath and looked down. At first, there was nothing but the scuffed floor and my own shoes. Then I saw it, right up against the side of my left foot. A small bundle of straw lay there, 5 or 6 stalks twisted together, bent at one end like they had been clenched in a fist. They were too clean. No dust, no discoloration. Freshly broken from somewhere inside the shed. They had not been there when I walked into the room. I knew that with the kind of certainty that does not come from logic, but from the part of you that tracks your own space even when you are not paying attention. I stepped back so fast, my heel hit the leg of the table, making it scrape loudly. The flutter of the straw clump as my movement stirred, the air was tiny, but my heart reacted like someone had fired a gun. That was it. Whatever thin line of rationalizing I had been walking snapped. I grabbed my keys from the table, the ring cold and solid in my hand, the one normal thing in reach, and headed for the front. "Brandon, if this is a joke, I'm done," I said, louder than I needed to, my voice bouncing off the cramped walls. "I'm leaving. You can call me from wherever you are." No answer. The place might as well have been empty for 100 miles. The hallway to the front door felt longer this time. The emergency light by the exit cast a pale pool on the floor, turning my shadow into a stretched, thin thing ahead of me. Outside the glass, the parking lot waited. Cracked asphalt, the dumpster, the distant glow of the highway lamps. The thought of my truck out there, of any vehicle with an engine and a door that closed, had never looked so good. I reached for the main door's handle. It was warm under my hand, not like the shed door's unnatural cold, just baked metal, familiar. I wrapped my fingers around it and started to turn. From somewhere behind me, through the wall that backed onto the storage shed, I heard it. A sound like wood grinding against wood, deep and slow, as if something heavy and rigid was levering itself up from the floor. A thick rustle followed it, the drag of a lot of straw moving all at once, not in small handfuls, but in one tall, unified mass. Cans knocked against each other in a quick, stumbling series of clinks, as if arms that had hung slack for years were swinging down, then out, then down again. The building seemed to listen with me. For one breath, the AC's drone dipped. The fridge stayed quiet. The clock's tick disappeared into the space between sounds. Whatever was in that shed finished standing up. I did not turn around. I stood there, with my hand on the door handle, feeling the weight of something very tall and very wrong find its balance behind my back, somewhere just beyond the thin layer of wallboard and air. If I had been the kind of person who did the smart thing in horror movies, that would have been the moment I walked straight out into the parking lot, got in my truck, and never looked back. Instead, my body did something dumber and more honest. When I heard that thing in the shed finish standing up, when the cans knocked together in that ugly, accidental rhythm, my hand stayed on the front door handle, but my feet moved. I backed away. Not much, just a couple of steps at first, like giving something room to pass. Then a few more, until my shoulders bumped the wall beside the hallway, and I realized where I was going. Back toward the break room. Toward the one space in the whole stand that felt like mine, with a door and a lock and 4 thin walls between me and whatever had just found its balance. The building seemed to get narrower as I moved. The emergency light over the exit buzzed. The shadows in the front room stretched toward me, somewhere beyond the wall. In the line of rooms that led to the shed, something shifted its weight again. There was a sound like wood scraping concrete in a slow, dragging step. Then another. Not the crisp impact of rubber soles. Not the careful squeak of someone trying to move quietly. This was heavier, clumsier, as if something long and stiff was being hauled forward one side at a time. With each drag came the staccato music of cans bumping and clipping each other. Clink, 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 as whatever they were tied to swung in a loose, unnatural arc. My lungs forgot how to work right. I turned fully and walked fast, then faster, back down the short hall and into the break room. The cheap fluorescent in there hummed, casting the sofa, the lockers, the little table in that sick, flat light I suddenly loved. Human light, normal light. I slammed the break room door shut behind me and threw the lock. The click of the bolt sliding into place was small but solid. For a second, I let myself lean against the door, palm still wrapped around the knob, forehead almost touching the painted wood. The AC in the main room kept humming on the other side. The fridge in the corner of the break room rattled. The clock over the microwave ticked. My heart hammered hard enough that I could feel it in my gums. Then, underneath all that, from the hallway, came the first real step. It started as that same dragging sound, straw and wood scraping along the cheap tile. But now there was pattern to it. Left, then right, then pause. Long pauses, like whatever was moving had to reset itself between strides. Each time, the cans chimed together, metal tapping metal in a lazy, awful rhythm. Clink, 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 The sound was wrong for the space. The hallway was short. Those steps went on too long. They're just your own footsteps bouncing in your head, I told myself, whispering it into the space between my teeth, so the words didn't have to go further than my own skull. The footsteps reached the other side of the thin wall. The door didn't shake at first. It just received the presence of something on the other side. You can feel it when someone you can't see stands right up against a door you're leaning on. The way the air changes, the way the wood doesn't move, but somehow feels occupied. Then the knob under my hand twitched. Not a violent jerk, not the kind of full-bodied pounding you get when someone is panicking. Just a slow, testing turn, like long fingers were finding the edges of it. seeing which way it went. The lock held. The knob rotated a few degrees and then stopped. Metal clinked against metal, wrist cans bumping the wood. The door shuddered. Again, not a big heroic shove, just a steady pull, a pressure that built in a straight, patient line from the other side. The frame creaked a little, the hinges clicked. Plaster dust fell in a faint sprinkle from the corner where the wall met the ceiling. Every hair on my arm stood up. My hand had gone slick with sweat on the knob. I tried to tighten my grip and realized my fingers were shaking. Too hard. So hard that when I tried to adjust, the keys in my other hand slipped. They hit the tile floor with a clatter that exploded in the small room. The sound made me jump, spine jerking, my shoulder bumping the door. Outside, in the hallway, the movement stopped. The cans rattled once in answer, a quick, delicate chiming, as if whatever was on the other side had cocked its head at the unexpected noise. The fluorescent light flickered, just once, a brief dip and surge. But in that blink, the room lurched out of existence and back again. My eyes, my brain, all the parts of me that had been ready to track motion in that doorway, flared into overdrive. The pressure on the door returned. Not enough to break it, not yet, but enough that it began to pulse against my back in tiny, regular shivers. Something had its weight on it now. Something tall enough that the vibration seemed to come not just from the knob area, but from slightly above my head, as if pressure were being applied along the whole upper half of the slab. The cans chimed in time with the movement, a bright, irregular counterpoint to the low creaks of stressed wood. "Brandon," I whispered, even though I knew how stupid that was now. The name felt like a talisman that had already failed. I dropped to a crouch, fingers scrambling across the floor for the keys. The tile was cool and slightly gritty under my palms. The ring had bounced farther than I expected, slid under the edge of the table. I hooked it with my fingertips, dragged it toward me, and closed my fist around metal like it was the last solid thing in the world. The door shivered again, a little harder, not a slam, a pull. I could picture, too clearly, how it would look if it gave an inch. The knob turning slow, the jamb separating, a sliver of hallway revealed. The light out there had already been acting strange. The last time I'd looked, it had been stuttering, cutting the world into frozen frames. "Okay," I whispered, to myself, to the door, to whatever had its weight pressed to the other side. "Okay, okay, okay." I eased my shoulder away from the wood, expecting the pressure to surge forward and crack the thing open. It didn't. The door moved a hair farther inward, and then stopped, like whatever was touching it was more interested in knowing that it could open it than actually doing it. I took 3 steps backward, keys clenched so tight the edges dug into my palm. The lockers loomed on my left, the sofa on my right. The TV screen, black now, reflected a pale version of me, wide-eyed, mouth slightly open, like someone caught talking to themselves. The knob turned a fraction more. The lock held. Some part of my brain, desperate for any relief, clung to that. The lock is good. The lock is old, but it's good. Then I saw the very slight bowing of the door in the middle, where something tall might be pressing its chest or its ribs, or whatever it used in place of those things. The building sighed. The light flickered again, not just in the break room this time, but down the short hall. For a second, the hum of the AC faltered, the fridge cycle cut, the clock tick disappeared. In that tiny pocket of almost silence, the pressure fell away from the door. The knob stilled. There was a sound, like straw, adjusting, settling, like someone rolling their shoulders after leaning too long in one position. Then, gently, the lock clicked. Not the latch slipping free, just a small, testing jiggle from the other side, as if long, dry fingers had traced the bolt, found the line of weakness, and decided to move on. My skin went cold. I did not wait to see what it tried next. I backed toward the break room's other door, the one that opened into the main stand. Each step felt like it took a year. When I reached it, I twisted the knob, yanked it open, and stepped through, pulling it shut behind me. The front area of the stand felt enormous now, an empty stage lit by the low emergency bulbs and the red exit sign. The aisles with their wilting produce were shadowed. The windows at the front reflected more of the inside than they showed of the night beyond. I didn't lock the break room door. I don't know why. Maybe some part of me knew it wouldn't matter. The sound of dragging steps started again almost immediately, now muffled by two doors instead of one. Shh. Clink. Shh. The direction of it had changed. It wasn't right behind me anymore. It was angling, following the line of the hall, heading toward the front. No more hiding. I bolted for the main entrance. My footsteps slapped the linoleum, echoing off the high, cheap ceiling. The bell over the front door shivered just from the air I pushed ahead of me. I grabbed the heavy metal bar of the exit, shoved. The door stuck for a second, summer swelling in the frame, then jerked open with a groan. Hot night air hit my face, tasting like dust and truck exhaust, and something bitter underneath. I stepped out onto the concrete pad without looking back. The security light above flickered and then steadied, buzzing. The parking lot stretched out before me, cracked asphalt painted with white lines. The big green dumpster hunched to the side, my truck sitting in its usual spot, a dark shape under the sodium glow. I ran. Gravel crunched under my boots at the edge of the concrete. The sound should have been loud enough to drown out anything else, but I could still hear it behind me. The drag of something long and inflexible crossing thresholds it had never touched before. I hit the driver's side of my truck, yanked the handle, and jerked it open. The dome light came on, a too bright island of normal life. Something in the corner of my vision tugged at me. The front windows of the stand reflected the parking lot and the security light in a warped, cheap glass way. Ever since we opened, I had walked past those windows and seen nothing but my own blurred shape and the endless river of traffic behind me. Now, in the pane closest to the door, there was a new shape. Not a clear figure, not a face. Just a tall, vertical shadow that did not belong to the door frame or the shelves. It stood right up against the glass, filling the space where a person's upper body and head would be if they were inside looking out. Except there shouldn't have been anything that tall, that straight, right there. The reflective glare of the security light kept me from seeing into the darkness behind it. The shadow had no features, no edges I could name. It was not even really a shape so much as a concentrated absence of light, a vertical band of too dark that my brain insisted on reading as someone staring. My stomach dropped. The spot where that shadow's eyes would have been, if it had eyes, if it had a head at all, lined up almost perfectly with my own. It felt like a blank space was studying me. The cans chimed again somewhere just behind that glass. Thin, faint, almost lost under the hum of the light and the rush of the highway. But there, clink. As if whatever stood there had shifted its weight, just slightly, closer to the door, I had left hanging half open in my panic. I didn't stay to watch for more detail. I dropped into the driver's seat, keys already in my hand, and jammed them into the ignition with fingers that didn't want to work. I would love to tell you I drove away. I would love to say the engine turned over on the first try. The headlights cut a clean path through the dark, and I watched that building and its windows shrink in my rearview mirror until they were just another bad memory. What actually happened was this. The key missed the ignition the first time because my hand was shaking. The second time I got it in, but my fingers were slick with sweat and I fumbled the turn. The engine gave one half-hearted cough, like it might start, and then there was a sound behind me. Not inside the cab, outside. A long scrape, like wood and straw sliding against concrete, right by the entrance of the stand I had just come from. Then the quick, bright chatter of cans as something tall brushed the doorframe. Every animal part of my brain that had survived this long went straight past troubleshoot the truck to get away from the truck. The thought of the engine not catching, of sitting there with my back to an open lot while I twisted the key and begged the starter to cooperate, was suddenly worse than the thought of bare feet on desert gravel. I killed the attempt, yanked the key back out, and flung the door open so hard it bounced. My boots felt like anchors, heavy, clumsy, full of all the time it would take to move them. I kicked them off on instinct, leaving them on the asphalt by the truck. My socks followed a second later, peeled off, and dropped on the concrete pad as I vaulted down. The ground hit back. The first step onto the gravel shoulder was like jumping onto a bed of nails. Sharp bits of rock and glass and packed dirt drove into the soft skin of my soles. Pain shot up my legs, bright and immediate. It did not matter. Pain meant I was still moving. I hit the strip of dirt that ran parallel to US 60 and started running. The highway at that hour was an endless dark river of asphalt with only the occasional set of headlights drifting past like slow, distant fish. The air still held the memory of the day's heat. It rose off the blacktop in waves I could feel even from the shoulder. It smelled like old gasoline and baked rubber and something scorched that never really cooled off out there. Every step along the dirt verge sent another stab through my feet. Small stones embedded themselves in my skin. Dry weeds scratched at my ankles. My breath tore in and out of my chest in shallow, ragged pulls. My heart hammered against my ribs. For a few glorious seconds, there was nothing but the sound of my own run. The slap of bare skin on dirt, the crunch of gravel, the wheeze of my breath, the distant hiss and roar of the highway. Then the other sound joined in. At first it was faint, like a memory sliding in under the present. A soft, fibrous row, row of something dragging itself forward across the same rough ground I was pounding. It didn't sound like fabric. It sounded like bundles of straw being hauled in long, steady strokes. Then the cans chimed in. Thin, metallic notes layered over the drag. Clink, chiffrown, clink, clink. It did not sound like running. It sounded like walking. Long steps, measured, not hurried. But whatever was making those steps did not have to sprint to keep up. Every time I thought I was putting distance between us, the sound stayed at that same awful volume. Never right on top of me, never safely far away. It was like being chased by something that did not understand the concept of getting tired. I kept my eyes on the slice of dirt in front of me as long as I could. The temptation to look back chewed at the base of my skull. Every instinct screamed that if I saw it, really saw it, something in me would break in a way that couldn't be put back together. Of course I looked anyway. The first time I risked it, I only turned my head halfway, just enough to catch the edge of the lot in my peripheral. The security light over our door had become a hazy orb behind me, blurring in my sweat-stung eyes. For a second, I saw nothing but the dark angle of the stand, the upright rectangle of the door, the empty space of the parking area. Then the light caught on something taller than the door, a vertical shape, thinner than a person but higher, briefly etched in the spill of sodium glow and highway illumination. Not a face, not features, just the sense of a narrow trunk with something like shoulders, one arm angled out a little farther than it should have been, a cluster of faintly reflective cans jittering at its end. I snapped my gaze forward again, so fast my vision went white at the edges. The pain in my feet ramped up. The skin there wasn't meant for this. I felt a sharp slice along my heel, another in the arch of my left foot. Warmth followed the sting. I told myself it was just sweat. A semi wailed past on the highway proper, close enough that the wind from its passage shoved me sideways. Its headlights washed over the dirt shoulder, making my shadow stumble long and distorted in front of me. For one split second, my shadow was joined by another, taller, too long in the arms, its head not where any head should be, more like a missing piece of the sky attached to an outline. I stumbled, caught myself, and kept going. The sounds behind me remained steady. Straw dragging, cans ringing, no gasps, no curses, no human huff of a runner working for each breath, just that patient, grinding approach. Somewhere ahead, the shape of Hank's driveway sign rose up out of the dark, a familiar dent in the line of fencing and scrub along the road. His mailbox crouched at the end, like a little metal animal, paint faded, flag down. The turnoff to his gravel drive cut away from the shoulder at an angle, disappearing into deeper shadow. There was light up there, a single, tired-looking bulb over the mailbox, throwing a cone of yellow down on the post and the patch of dirt around it. And under that light, Hank stood. For a second, I thought my brain was finally done and had decided to replay an earlier scene just to make things feel circular. But he was not on his knees in the field this time. He was upright, boots planted in the dust, shoulders relaxed in that way people have when they're not surprised by the person running toward them. He was just there, facing the road, facing me. "Mr. Morris," I yelled, before I was even fully aware I was going to. My voice tore out of my throat high and thin. "Mr. Morris, help! There's someone—" The highway swallowed the last word. A pickup went by at that moment, tires hissing on the blacktop, engine growling. Hank did not move. He did not step toward me. He did not turn his head to look past my shoulder at what I was sure was dangling its arms in the dark, only a yard or two behind. He just watched me run. His head was tilted, just slightly, the brim of his cap cutting a shadow across his eyes. The corners of his mouth were turned up in something too small and too controlled to be called a smile. Not mocking, exactly. Not kind, either. The expression people get when they see something they have been expecting finally arrive right on schedule. I reached the edge of his drive, my lungs burning, the skin on my feet a map of pain. I veered toward him without thinking, some desperate animal part of me longing for another human body between me and whatever else was out here. He didn't lift a hand. He didn't say my name or tell me to get behind him or shout to ask what was wrong. He just looked at me with those pale, tired eyes as I ran past, like a man watching a truck he knew would go off the road eventually, but had no intention of trying to stop. For half a second as I passed, we were close enough that I could see the fine tremor in his jaw, the way the skin around his mouth tightened when the straw drag and can clink behind me hit his ears. He heard it. I know now that he heard it. He still didn't move. I stumbled on, my path hugging the edge of the highway, the light from his bulb falling away behind me. The sounds behind me kept their distance, still not right at my back, still not fading, like a pendulum keeping time. I don't know why I looked back again. Habit, maybe. Self-sabotage. The need to know if the world was still following the rules of cause and effect. The second glance was quick, just a flick of my eyes over my shoulder. The security light from the stand was gone now, blocked by distance and the curve of the road. In its place, the darkness was broken only by the streaks of car headlights and the faint, shifting smear of sky glow near the horizon. In that quick look, I saw it again. Taller than any man I knew, narrower than it should have been, keeping pace with me without ever seeming to move fast. Its limbs looked wrong in the stuttering light, like branches that had taught themselves to bend. The cans on its wrists swung, catching random glints from passing cars, little flares of silver in the black. Row. Clink. I forced my head forward again. Air scorched my throat. My chest felt too small for my lungs. I told myself I would not look back anymore, that I would keep my eyes on the shoulder and the few roadside landmarks I knew by heart, and just move until either my legs or my heart gave out. Of course, I broke that promise too. The third time I looked back, I was already past Hank's driveway by a good stretch. The night had rearranged itself behind me into different shapes, the highway curves, the silhouettes of scrub and fence posts. Even the faint glow from town in the distance changed the frame. I turned my head, expecting, dreading, to see the same hierarchy of horrors. Scarecrow at a fixed distance, Hank by his mailbox under the bulb, the ruined field beyond. The tall shape was still there. A little farther away now, maybe, blurred by heat and distance, but still walking with that same steady inevitability. Arms not pumping like a person's, but swinging in a lazy arc out to its sides, cans chiming. The bulb over Hank's mailbox still burned, casting its lonely yellow cone onto the empty dirt. But Hank was gone. No flannel shirt, no cap, no human outline rooted to the spot. Just the post, the metal box, and the tall grass shivering in a wind I could not feel on my own skin. For a few steps, I ran slower, my brain trying to reconcile the image, that he had been there, solid under that light, watching me, and the fact that now there was nothing. I told myself he must have stepped back toward the house. I told myself I had imagined the tilt of his head, that little curl of his mouth. Then the straw drag came closer again, just enough to brush the edge of hearing, and my body outran my thoughts, bare feet slapping the dirt as I kept going along the edge of US 60 with no real idea what I was running toward anymore. I do not actually remember the moment I stopped running. I remember the sound of my own breath tearing at my throat, the rhythm of my feet slapping dirt and gravel, the way the highway lights stretched the world into long, streaking lines. I remember thinking, absurdly, that if I just kept my eyes on the white posts marking the shoulder, I could outrun something that never seemed to speed up or slow down. Then the ground simply disappeared. The dirt verge dipped into one of those shallow drainage cuts that run alongside the road. just enough of a slope to catch water when it storms, just enough of a difference to catch the foot of an idiot who is not watching where he is going. My toes hit air when I expected hard-packed dirt. My body pitched forward. For a split second, my brain tried to pull me upright, but momentum won. The world tilted. There was a flash of stars, a smear of headlights, and then the blunt, ugly impact of my shoulder and skull hitting something harder than dirt. Sound stretched and then snapped. The next thing I knew, the world was too bright. White light pressed against my eyelids even before I managed to open them. It smelled wrong, too. Too clean, too sharp. Antiseptic, plastic, the faint rubber scent of tubing. Instead of highway noise and the buzz of our dying AC unit, there was a soft, irregular beeping somewhere near my head and the distant murmur of voices layered over rolling cartwheels. I blinked. Ceiling tiles swam into focus above me, off-white squares framed in metal. Fluorescent panels hummed. A curtain half drew a line of privacy around the bed I was in. My left arm had something taped to it. The sheet over my legs felt thin and unnaturally smooth. Hospital. The thought arrived slowly, like a radio station coming in through static. "Hey there." A voice to my left, calm and practiced. I turned my head and winced. A dull ache radiated from the back of my skull, wrapped tight around my temples. "Careful, you took a pretty good fall." A nurse I did not recognize stood by the bed, checking the monitor. He had a badge clipped to his chest, and that look people get when they have said the same reassuring words 1,000 times. What happened? My voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. "Highway Patrol found you in the drainage ditch by 60, he said. "Barefoot, banged up, dehydrated. You remember any of that?" I remembered running. I remembered straw dragging and cans chiming, and Hank under the yellow light. I remembered something tall that did not know how to be tired. "Yeah," I croaked. "Some of it." "You're at Banner in Mesa," he went on. "You've got a mild concussion, some nasty cuts on your feet, dehydration, nothing we can't fix. You're lucky someone called you in." "Someone?" I asked. "Truck driver," he said. "Saw you go down in his side mirror. Pulled over, called 911, but by the time he got back to you, you were out. EMS brought you here." He checked my pupils with a pen light. Every flash of it felt like someone driving a nail through my eyes. When he was satisfied, I was at least semi-functional. He nodded toward the foot of the bed. "You've got some officers who want to talk to you," he said. "Nothing serious. They just have questions. You up for it?" I almost laughed. Questions were the last thing I felt capable of handling, but they were going to come with or without my permission. I nodded, just enough. 2 uniforms stepped into my narrow slice of room when the nurse slipped out. One was older, with a mustache that looked like it had survived 3 different departments. The other was younger, clean-shaven, a notepad already in his hand. "Afternoon, Josh," the older one said, glancing at the band around my wrist. "I'm Sergeant Delaney. This is Officer Cruz. Mind if we ask you a couple of things while it's all fresh?" Fresh was not the word I would have used, but I said yes. They started with the basics: name, address. Did I work at the produce stand on the frontage road off US 60? Was I there last night? Did I know a Brandon? They checked the pronunciation of his last name against their notes. "Yes," I said. "He's my cousin." "Was," the older cop corrected gently, then seemed to think better of it. "Is. Sorry." They asked me to walk them through the night. I tried. I told them about closing up, about staying late. I told them Brandon had gone to check a noise in the storage shed. I told them he had not answered when I called. I told them about opening the door, about the scattered straw, about the marks on the floor. When I got to the part about the scarecrow, I could feel the air shift. Scarecrow, Delaney repeated, pen pausing. Like a decoration? Hank's scarecrow, I said. My throat felt tight. From across the road. We took it. We put it in our shed. And then Brandon went back there and it wasn't there anymore. Officer Cruz wrote something down. His expression stayed neutral, but his eyes flicked up to meet Delaney's. And you're saying something came out of that shed, Delaney said slowly. Something that chased you? I heard how it sounded. Even in my own ears, it was terrible. Look, I said, swallowing hard. I know how it sounds. But Brandon is gone. I didn't make him up. We brought that thing into our walls, and after that, nothing made sense. Delaney's jaw tightened. We're not saying you made anyone up, Josh. We're just trying to sort out what's real and what might be. The concussion, the stress. Did you talk to Hank? I asked. He warned us. He said we dragged something into our walls. He must have... Old man Morris? Cruz cut in, glancing at his notes. Hank? Yeah, I said. He was outside last night, by his mailbox. I ran right past him. They looked at each other again, that silent conversation cops have when something does not line up. What? I asked. What? Delaney cleared his throat. Son, far as we can tell, Mr. Morris was at Scottsdale Osborne last night. He got admitted early evening. Mild stroke. His daughter called it in. He was there all night. I talked to her myself. That's not possible, I said. I saw him. According to the hospital, Cruz said gently. He was in a bed with a heart monitor on him when you say you ran by his mailbox. My head throbbed in time with the monitor next to me. Beep, beep, beep. Could have been someone else, Delaney said. Neighbor, maybe. Or... Look, you hit your head, Josh. It's easy for the brain to fill in blanks with faces it knows. I thought of Hank's eyes under the streetlight, the way his mouth had barely moved when I screamed for help. I thought of passing again and seeing nothing but the yellow cone of light and empty dirt. Maybe, I said. It came out flat. They asked more questions. Had Brandon been in any kind of trouble? Drugs? Debts? Had he ever talked about leaving? About skipping town? I told them about the landlord, the rent hike, the late payments. I did not tell them about the nights Brandon talked big about Vegas, about disappearing to California. They did not need my help building that picture. Did you have any weapons on the property? Cruz asked. Guns? Knives? Just a box cutter, I said, for opening crates. Eventually, we got to the cameras. We pulled your footage, Delaney said. You guys had a little dome camera over the front, yeah? I nodded. Brandon had insisted on it after some kids stole a crate of watermelons one night and left a mess of rinds all over the lot. It was a cheap basic unit that fed to an old DVR under the counter. We've been through what we can, Delaney went on. From about 10 p.m. to when you come barreling out the front door. We see you. That much matches. Do you see Brandon? I asked. He shook his head. Not on the exterior cam. No. We don't get an angle on the back. You come out alone. You run. You trip over the ditch about a quarter mile down. Truck driver shows up a minute later. That's what we've got. What about before? I pushed. Do you see anything coming out after me? There was the smallest pause. Not long, but I felt it. Nothing clear, Delaney said finally. Couple of weird light flares. compression artifacts. Tech says it's probably just the way the sodium lights and your sign reflect when the camera auto-adjusts. Cheap units do that. He put his notebook away, which is how I knew the official part was over. Brandon is listed as missing right now, he said. Given his financial situation and some of the statements we've gathered, it's possible he just took off. Folks do, more than you'd think. But if we find anything to the contrary, we'll be in touch. Took off, I repeated, without his phone, without his wallet, without telling me. Stress makes people do strange things, he said, and I could hear the file being written in his voice. 2 young men in over their heads. One cracks and leaves. The other collapses on the side of the highway, babbling about a scarecrow. They left after that. Paperwork snapped into place. Someone handed me a cup of hospital water. The nurse checked my bandages. The world kept moving in smooth, institutional rhythms. Cruz was the one who came back later, alone, when I was almost dozing off to the beep of the monitor. He hovered at the curtain for a second, then stepped in, hands in his belt. "Off the record?" he said. My throat went dry again. "Sure." He glanced over his shoulder, then pulled his phone out of a pocket. On the screen was a paused frame of grainy black and white footage. Our stand, from the outside, the front door, me. "You want to see what the camera got?" he asked. I didn't. Not really. I nodded anyway. He hit play. There I was, in ghost grayscale, shoving the door open and stumbling out onto the concrete. Even at that resolution, I could see the wildness in the way I moved. Head jerking back once toward the inside, shoulders hunched as if against a blow. Then I took off toward the right, out of frame, a blur of motion. Cruz paused it a second later and tapped the screen. "Here," he said. In the second, before the door swung shut behind my ghost self, the camera caught the interior in a thin slice. The break between the front room and the hallway, the darker rectangle of space beyond. In that darkness, just behind the glass, was a distortion. It could have been anything. A smear of brightness, a glitch in the sensor, the reflection of the exit sign. That's what I told myself. That's what I kept telling myself every time I replayed that image in my head later. Except the shape of that bright smear was vertical. Thin. Taller than me. It occupied the doorway in a way shadows do when there's something there to hang on. And at what would have been about shoulder height on a person, there were a few tiny points of reflected light spaced in a line, as if something small and metallic hung from the ends of an outstretched arm. "Tech says it's an artifact," Cruz said quietly. "Cheap cameras, weird angles, bad lighting. He wrote it up that way." "And you?" I asked. He hesitated. "I think if I were you, I'd stick to the version where you panicked and ran. Head injury, stress, long hours. People are kinder about that than other explanations." He locked his phone, slipped it away, and gave me a look I still have trouble reading. Pity, maybe, or fear he did not want to name. "Get some rest, Josh," he said, and left. The official story, in the end, was simple. I was discharged with a prescription for painkillers and a packet about concussion symptoms. Brandon's file at the station said, "Missing likely voluntary departure due to financial pressures." Hank recovered from his mild stroke and went home. Nobody put Scarecrow on any of the paperwork. Nobody but me used that word out loud. The stand closed a month later. The landlord found someone else to lease the lot. Last time I drove by, It was a taco truck with a bright wrap and a line out the door. I moved into the cheapest one-bedroom I could find on the west side of Phoenix. Stucco building, peeling paint, parking lot with flickering sodium lights, and a perpetually overflowing dumpster. My window looked out over a scatter of old sedans and sun-faded SUVs. The AC in the wall rattled but worked. The fridge in the kitchen clicked on and off with a sound I learned too well. That first night, I lay on a mattress on the floor, staring at the textured ceiling, listening to the unfamiliar chorus of my new place. Neighbor's TV through the wall, footsteps upstairs, the distant oceanic rush of the highway I had not quite escaped. I told myself everything was over. I told myself the thing in the shed, the steps in the hall, the tall shadow in the doorway, they were all products of a head injured and a conscience chewing on guilt. Sometime after midnight, the building slipped into one of those rare moments of perfect stillness. The neighbor's TV clicked off. The fridge took a breath between cycles. Even the AC fan paused for a second before kicking back in. In that thin slice of silence, from the other side of my apartment door, I heard it. Clink. Just once. Clean, bright, unmistakable. The sound of two aluminum cans tapping together, hanging from something that moved in a lazy arc. There were no wind chimes on my floor. No kids hanging soda cans on strings. No breeze in that stale hallway. I lay there, eyes open in the dark, staring at the door. I did not get up to check. Time moves in jumps when you are trying not to think about something. You do not notice the days themselves, just the markers. New jobs, new apartments, the occasional envelope you do not open until the ink on the outside has already started to fade. After the stand, I told myself I was going to be someone different. Not smarter, not nobler, just quieter. Less likely to get talked into dragging strange things into small rooms. Phoenix is full of places that will hire someone who can lift 50 pounds and says yes more than he asks questions. I slid into that stream. For a while, I wore an orange apron. Home Depot, West Side, off the interstate. Early shifts at first, then closing shifts. The store had its own soundscape. Pallet jacks squeaking down the aisles, the far-off scream of a miter saw in lumber, the constant murmur of some employee explaining to someone how to fix a leak or hang a door. The break room smelled like burnt coffee, microwave dinners, and the weird citrus cleaner they used on the tables. I liked the anonymity. Customers did not look at your face. They looked at the apron and the name tag. Co-workers did not ask about your past as long as you showed up on time and did not steal. One night, a few months in, I went out to the lot to collect carts. It was closing time. The sky still holding a little heat, but the edges cooling. The halogen poles lit rows of parked cars and abandoned carts in that flat white light that makes everything look too sharp. I found my own car in the third row. There was a small shape on the driver's seat, visible through the glass. For a second, my body tensed in a stupid old way, like something might be sitting there waiting. It was just a handful of straw. Not even a handful, really. 5 or 6 pieces, laid out like someone had emptied them from a pocket. I stared at them, keys frozen in my hand. The lot around me hummed, with the sound of shopping carts and someone shouting goodnight. No one was close enough to have done it as a prank. No one here knew enough to make that kind of joke. I opened the door, pinched the straw between my fingers, and held it up. It was ordinary in every way. Dry, frayed at one end, a piece of the world. I told myself it had blown in when I last opened the door. Some kid had dropped it from a hay bale, a Halloween decoration, anything other than the one thing I did not want to think about. I tossed it out onto the asphalt and drove home with the windows down. Engine too loud, radio louder. After Home Depot, there was a shipping center in an industrial park. Big metal building, loading docks, trucks cycling in and out all day. They issued me a badge on a retractable lanyard and a pair of steel-toed boots that never quite fit right. The warehouse had its own language. Forklifts beeped in reverse every 30 seconds. Pallets thumped onto concrete. The conveyor belts rattled like old bones. In the break room, the smell of burnt coffee was replaced by instant ramen and whatever chemical they used in the vending machine to keep the sandwiches from molding. My badge became an extension of my hand. I beeped in at the employee entrance. I beeped through the caged door into the loading area. I beeped into the time clock, the little screen lighting up green for accepted. Night shifts suited me. Fewer people, more machine noise. It was easy to hide in those patterns. You could lose a whole night in the rhythm of stacking boxes, wrapping pallets, watching the red laser of the scanner blink on and off on the labels. One humid August night, the air in the warehouse felt thicker than usual. The swamp coolers on the roof could not keep up. The fluorescent lights hummed and flickered more than they usually did. Everyone was crankier, sweatier, slower. I drew the short straw on cleanup duty. Around 3 in the morning, I was the one out in one of the side aisles with a push broom, sweeping dust and packing peanuts into piles, the bristles whispering over the concrete in long arcs. The rest of the crew was on break, crammed in the break room, watching something on someone's phone and pretending their backs did not hurt. For a few minutes, the only sounds in my part of the building were my broom, the drone of the lights, and the distant beep, beep, beep of a forklift in another aisle. Then, faintly, under all that, I heard a different sound. Clink. If you have never tied empty soda cans to anything, you might not understand how specific that noise is. They do not sound like full cans falling. They do not sound like tools or keys. There is a hollow, slightly tinny quality when two empties bump that ears like mine do not forget. I froze with the broom halfway through a sweep. Nothing moved in my aisle. The shelves towered on either side, stacked with identical brown boxes and shrink-wrap pallets. The loading bay doors at the far end were closed, their chains slack. Clink, clink. 2 more taps, spaced too evenly to be random, from somewhere out in the dark part of the lot beyond the dock doors. I told myself it was someone outside with a shopping cart, a wind chime, a loose piece on a truck. The fact that the lot was surrounded by chain link and that the only people out there should have been us did not play nice with that explanation. I went back to sweeping anyway, forcing the broom to be louder than the sounds my brain was insisting it heard. When you have a past like mine, you start diagnosing yourself. I Googled things late at night in my small apartment. Post-traumatic stress, auditory hallucinations, grief responses. Every list of symptoms felt like a horoscope. Vague enough to fit, specific enough to feel personal. Flashbacks, check. Avoidance, check. Hypervigilance, double check. I told myself my brain had picked a new motif. Some people get car backfires that sound like gunshots. Some people jump at the sight of a certain model of car or the smell of someone's cologne. I had cans and straw. My mind had attached the worst night of my life to the cheapest materials available and now liked to replay them whenever it felt like reminding me that I had not really outrun anything. I drank too much coffee. It was easier than drinking too much of anything else. Nights off, my sink would be full of stained mugs, spoons clinking as I rinsed them. Sleep came in chunks, 2 hours here, 3 hours there. Dreams were rare. I did not get down deep enough for most of them. When I did, they smelled like dry fields and sounded like something heavy shifting in a narrow room. At some point, the shipping center cut hours. New management, they said. Efficiency. I slid sideways into another job. Still night shift. Still warehouses. Different company logo on the badge. This place was quieter in some ways. The main floor lights dimmed after midnight to save energy, leaving most of the building in a low, humming half-dark. The security station sat in a glass box near the entrance. 4 monitors mounted on the wall, cycling through feeds from cameras covering the loading dock, the parking lot, the main aisles. On the night it happened, I was alone at the station. The guard on duty had gone for a smoke break. My supervisor had disappeared somewhere into the maze of racks. It was one of those flat, suspended hours where everything feels like it is holding its breath, waiting for dawn or disaster. I had a broom again. There is always a broom involved somehow. I was sweeping near the security booth, pushing dust into a lazy pile, when the lights overhead did that thing they do in old horror movies. A flutter, a brief drop in brightness, a return. It was not dramatic, just enough to make every old fear in me sit up and pay attention. I glanced up at the ceiling, then back at the floor. The monitors in the booth flickered, their feeds skipping for a frame, going black, then returning. On one of them, the camera that covered the far corner of the parking lot near the chain link fence, the image seemed to hold, like it had snagged on something. The lens was pointed at a slice of asphalt bordered by a low concrete curb and a strip of scrubby weeds. There was a light pole just out of frame, its glow turning everything grainy. For a second, the picture jittered, then froze. In the frozen frame, something stood just inside the top of the shot. It was far away, near the edge of the lot, where the light did not quite reach. The camera was not good enough to show details. The figure, if that's what it was just a silhouette. Taller than a person, narrower, arms hanging a little too long at its sides. At the ends of those arms, something small and pale seemed to catch the light in tiny spots. It was a single frame, maybe half a second. The lights overhead hummed back to full. The monitors blinked. The feeds resumed their jerk cycle from camera to camera. I stared at the lot cam, waiting for the tall shape to resolve, to move, to do anything. There was nothing there, just asphalt, fence, empty spaces with oil stains. The area where the figure had been in that one frozen image was blank. My skin crawled. I put the broom down, stepped into the booth, and rewound the feed. The system was cheap, old. The playback controls felt sticky under my thumb as I scrubbed back through the last 30 seconds. I watched myself sweeping, my small shape in the reflection of the glass. I watched the security guard step out for his break, door swinging shut behind him. I watched the parking lot sit under the dull glow of the lamps. I watched the lights flicker. The monitors blinked. The feed jumped. One frame missing, 2 maybe, but there was no tall shape this time. The next clear frame was just the lot again, innocently empty. I rewound it 3 more times. Same thing. A skip, a moment of static, nothing more. If you tell anyone about this, I thought, the word will be glitch. It will be compression error, interference, low-quality equipment. It will be anything but what my stomach and spine were telling me. I stood there alone in that humming glass box, the broom abandoned outside, the smell of dust and faint exhaust in the air. Forklifts beeped faintly in some distant aisle. A truck engine idled out of sight. On the parking lot monitor, the image held steady. Blacktop, fence, nothing at all. It was a Sunday, a few years after the night everything went sideways, when US 60 found me again. By then, I was doing delivery runs for a regional parts distributor. Nothing glamorous. Boxes of HVAC filters, brake pads, the occasional pallet of water heaters. They gave me a white box truck with the logo half peeled off and a handheld scanner that beeped whenever I did something right. The routes changed every week, but the roads did not. Phoenix is a web, and certain highways are the spider in the middle. That morning, my route sheet had looked like any other. Warehouse to Tempe, Tempe out to Apache Junction, then a handful of stops farther east. I didn't notice the turn until I was already on the ramp, already merging onto the familiar stretch of 60 that ran past the place I had spent years pretending was just another exit. It was the mile marker that did it. There's a certain green sign with a number on it that had been in the backdrop of my nightmares for a long time. Seeing it appear out of the heat, shimmer ahead of me, made my stomach drop in a slow, measured way, like an elevator passing all the floors you actually want. I told myself it was fine. I was in a truck, in broad daylight. I was older. I was not the idiot kid who thought stealing a Scarecrow was going to fix his credit score. I was just passing by. Then the exit sign came into view. Same faded wording, same angle off the highway. My hands tightened on the steering wheel, knuckles whitening, as if the truck might yank itself off the road without my permission. "Keep going," I muttered. "Just keep going." The thing about telling yourself that is, you start listening for the part of you that won't. As I came up on the off-ramp, my right blinker clicked on without me remembering flipping it. The tick-tick-tick filled the cab, loud over the AC. My foot eased off the gas. The truck drifted into the lane, tires rolling onto the sloped concrete of the ramp, like it had done this every day for years. By the time I realized I was actually taking the exit, it was too late to pretend it was an accident. The frontage road felt narrower than I remembered. Back then, it had been a line between two worlds. Our half-dead stand on one side, Hank's thriving field on the other. Now, as the truck rumbled along the cracked pavement, both sides looked the same. Where our stand had been, there was just a rectangle of stained concrete and a broken signpost with no sign. The ground around it was scabbed over with weeds and scrub. Someone had dumped an old mattress nearby. Its springs showed through torn fabric like bones. Across the road, Hank's place had sagged into itself. The house was still there, but the paint had gone from sun-faded to outright peeling. One of the upstairs windows was boarded over. The front porch sagged in the middle. The once neat gravel lot was choked with tall, dry grass. The fence along the front line had fallen in at least 3 places, barbed wire dangling in loose loops. The fields, the wide, proud green I remembered, were nothing but waist-high weeds now, yellow and gray, waving half-heartedly in the wind like they had forgotten what real crops felt like. I drove past slowly, the AC blasting in my face, fingers itching to crank the window up higher even though it was already closed. The radio was on, a talk show about some city council vote. But the voices felt wrong in that moment, too normal. So I reached over and killed it. Silence flooded the cab, broken only by the hum of the engine and the faint hiss of the vents. I should have kept going. Instead, I eased the truck onto the shoulder, gravel crunching, and let it roll to a stop. Dust billowed briefly in the side mirror and then settled. I sat there with both hands on the wheel, staring at the ghost of the stand, the ghost of the farm, the little ghosts of bad decisions flickering in the heat. My heartbeat felt loud in my throat. This is stupid, I thought. You're on the clock. You have deliveries to make. You have a life now, sort of. But there was another thought, too, quieter and heavier. If you don't get out now, you'll still be running past this exit in your head 10 years from now, the AC hissed. A semi whooshed by on the highway proper, the wind rocking the truck just enough to make it sway. I shut the engine off. The cab fell into a thicker kind of quiet. No fan noise, no vibration, just the ticking of cooling metal and the distant endless rush of traffic. The August heat pressed in through the glass immediately, flattening the last of the refrigerated air. I opened the door and climbed down. The blast of outside air hit me like the old days. Dry, hot, full of dust and the faint smell of creosote from the scrub. Gravel rolled under my boots. The sun had climbed high enough to make the world look bleached. For a minute, I didn't move. I just stood there on the shoulder, the truck's white side looming next to me, and looked across the road. Hank's fence had a gap not far from his old mailbox post. The wood of the gate leaned inward, held half upright by rust and habit. Weeds grew thick around it, pale seed heads nodding. Beyond it, the field sloped gently away, a wild tangle of dry grass and opportunistic plants reclaiming the rows. My pulse thudded in my ears as I crossed the road. The asphalt was sticky under my soles, heat rising from it in visible waves. No cars were coming at that exact moment. The world narrowed to the double yellow lines, the crunchy sound as my boots left pavement for dirt, and the hollow clink of the old metal gate when I pushed it a little farther open. The hinges groaned in protest, high and sharp, full of years. Beyond the fence, the air felt oddly still, like the field was inside its own small weather system. The sound of the highway dimmed just enough to make space for other things. The dry crackle of grass against my jeans as I walked, the buzz of insects thick in the brush, a bird calling sharp and short from somewhere I could not see. The weeds brushed my legs, brittle and whispering. Seed heads snagged on my jeans, on my fingers when I pushed them aside. The ground under the overgrowth still remembered the rows it had held. My feet found the faint suggestion of furrows, soft dips between firmer ridges. I walked slowly along the edge, parallel to where the corn had once been. The house watched from a distance. Blank windows, reflecting pieces of sky. No cars in the drive. No sign of life. I told myself I was just looking, paying my respects, in some misshapen way, to the place where I had made the worst bargain of my life. The field opened up a little ahead, where the old rows met the ditch near the road. The same place Hank's Scarecrow had always stood, a sentinel at the border between his land and everything else. I saw it before I was ready. It stood at the edge of the weeds, exactly where it had been that first summer, at the seam where cultivated neatness had once met wild roadside. The post was the same, sunk deep into the earth, weather gray now, a vein of splits running along its grain. The body hung from it, arms stretched along the crossbar. The flannel shirt it wore had faded from red and black to a washed-out pink and gray. The fabric was torn in places, stuffing poking through. The jeans were patched with mismatched denim, knees blown out, straw leaking. The boots at the bottom were different, newer, still mostly whole, but the stance was the same. Feet planted a little too far apart, toes turned in, like it had been set down mid-step and frozen there. The cans still dangled from its wrists. They were rusted now, labels half peeled, colors muted. Someone had replaced a couple of them, modern logos mixed with the old. They hung on lengths of wire from the sleeves, clustered, clinking gently as the slightest breeze touched them. Clink, clink. Just enough wind out here to move them, apparently. There always was. My throat went dry. Sweat rolled down my back in a slow, steady line. For a crazy second, I wanted to applaud. Whoever had done this, rebuilt it, dragged it back to its spot, had paid attention. The details were almost perfect. Almost. Then I lifted my gaze to the head. The pumpkin was gone. In its place, perched on the top of the stake above the flannel collar, was something that did not belong anywhere near a field. At first I thought it was a person, just a shape, the impression of shoulders and a neck and a face turned slightly toward the road. Then my eyes adjusted to the shadows, and the wrongness of it sharpened. Mannequin head. That was the closest category my brain could find. The kind they use in department stores to model hats, or in cosmetology schools to practice haircuts. But this one had been repurposed for a different lesson. The face was painted a flat, unnatural gray, the kind of color you get from mixing leftover paints together in a bucket. Features had been carved or sanded into it. Cheekbones, the suggestion of a nose, the hollows under eyes. The eyes themselves were just dark pits. No glass, no pupils. Whoever had done it had painted a faint shadow around them, like bruises. There was hair, short, dark, cut close to the skull in a way that was almost familiar. Not a wig, more like fibers glued straight into the material, then hacked at with dull scissors to get the shape right. The wind toyed with it in small, jerky motions. A thin, white line curved across the forehead, just above the right eyebrow. A scar, shallow but distinctive. A half moon, slightly crooked. I knew that shape. I had watched a real version of it form the summer we were 14, when Brandon had tripped over a sprinkler head at my aunt's place and cracked his head on the corner of a concrete step. He'd bled everywhere, laughed through the whole ER visit, and worn the scar afterward, like a badge. Standing in the ruined edge of Hank's field, looking up at the gray, painted face bolted onto that scarecrow's body, I saw that same little crescent, recreated with a precision that made my stomach flip. The jawline was close too. Too close. The slope of the nose, the way the fake skin dimpled beside the mouth, as if someone had once had a habit of smirking the same way over and over until their muscles learned it. It wasn't a perfect likeness. It didn't need to be. It was the kind of thing where once you saw the resemblance, you could not unsee it. It clicked into place in the back of my head with a sound I swear felt physical. My gut lurched. Bile rose into my throat so fast, I had to clamp my teeth together. Someone had given the scarecrow a new head. Someone had given it a new face. Not Hank's. Not some random Halloween mask. Brandon's. Or close enough that whatever part of him was still lodged in my memory stood up and walked to the front of my mind. I bent forward slightly, one hand braced on my knee, breathing through my teeth, fighting the urge to throw up into the ditch like some idiot teenager after his first beer. The air tasted like dust and old dry plants and the ghost of corn. Above me, the cans chimed. Clink. The sound was soft, almost kind, like someone tapping a fingernail against a glass to get my attention. The painted eyes, empty as they were, seemed to know exactly where I was standing. I did not sleep much after seeing that new head. I drove the rest of my route on autopilot, scanner beeping at the right doors, my mouth saying the right things to warehouse guys and receptionists, while my brain replayed that gray mannequin face over and over. The scar, the jawline, the way the empty eyes seemed to know exactly who they were looking at. That night in my apartment, I tried to do what I had done every other time the past started pushing through the walls. Make coffee, put on some stupid show, let the noise fill in all the places where my thoughts might collect. It did not stick. Every time the TV cut to black between scenes, I saw that thing at the edge of the field. Every time a commercial showed some smiling family on a farm, my stomach flipped. The air in my little place felt used up by midnight. So I did what any idiot with a Wi-Fi connection and unresolved trauma does. I opened my laptop and typed Hank Morris, Arizona Farm into the search bar. Most of what came up at first was exactly what you'd expect. Old local news puff pieces about award-winning sweet corn on the east side, a write-up from some food blogger who'd done a best roadside stands list in 2005, a Facebook event page for a fall harvest day that Hank's place had hosted one October. There was his obituary, too, tucked into a digital archive of the local paper. He had died a year after our stand closed, stroke complications, surrounded by family. The photo with it showed him younger than I'd ever seen him, holding a basket of corn, smile small, but real. No scarecrow in that frame, just a hint of green field behind him. I should have stopped there, closed the tab, let the dead stay dead. Instead, I dug. The paper's site had a link at the bottom. More from our archives. I clicked it and fell into the slow scroll of small-town history. Floods, school board elections, high school football victories. Nobody outside a 10-mile radius cared about. I narrowed the search. The town name. Words like farm, highway, missing. It was nearly 3 in the morning when I found the first thing that snagged. The headline was small, buried at the bottom of a page from 1987. Local farm worker reported missing. No picture with it, just a column inch of text. Sheriff's deputies are searching for a 19-year-old male farmhand who was last seen leaving a property near US 60 late Tuesday night. It went on. He'd walked home before. No car, probably hitchhiking. No signs of foul play. If anyone had information, they were asked to call a number that probably did not work anymore. The name of the property wasn't listed, just a farm along the East Frontage Road. But the description: cornfields on both sides of the driveway, rows stretching down to the drainage ditch by the highway, could not have been more specific to my memory if it tried. There was a line near the end. The property owner, who asked not to be named, said he had not seen the young man since the day before and was deeply concerned. I did not know if that had been Hank. The timeline fit. The location fit. The anonymity fit too. People in small towns like to act like they're open books. But when something bad happens on their land, privacy suddenly becomes a virtue. I sat there in the glow of the screen. the apartment around me a box of dark corners, and felt something click between my ribs. One missing kid doesn't make a pattern, I told myself. People vanish everywhere. People vanish for reasons that have nothing to do with straw and cans and fields. But the thought had dug a handhold. The second thing came from a different place entirely. A local forum I would never have found if I hadn't kept adding words to the search like a lunatic. US 60 creep stories, I typed. Then weird Scarecrow Arizona highway. Then straw man watches road. Buried 3 pages deep in a thread about your small town ghost stories, someone had posted. There used to be this Scarecrow out by Redacted on 60, like 25 years ago. My dad called it the straw man. Said if you drove by late enough, it wasn't always in the same spot. Sometimes it was closer to the ditch, sometimes farther out in the field. He used to tell us if the cans ever stopped rattling when we went past, that meant it was looking at the road instead of the corn, and we should keep our eyes straight ahead and not stop for anybody. Probably just him being a jerk, but I still think about it sometimes. There were replies from people joking, people calling it BS. One guy saying he remembered the cans too, that his uncle had thrown rocks at them once and gotten the worst luck of his life for a whole year. None of it was proof. All of it was enough to make the hair on the back of my neck stand up again in my empty kitchen. The idea settled in me there, in the blue light and the hum of my fridge. Hank's Scarecrow had not just been a decoration, it had been a deal. Some farmhand goes missing in the 80s, no foul play suspected. A story circulates about a straw man that keeps the crows and coyotes away if you respect it, or feed it, or don't look too long. Hank builds it, or finds it, or inherits it. His fields stay clean, year after year, when everyone else's get hit. People ask his secret. He points at the Scarecrow and laughs. You don't understand what you dragged into your walls last night. At the time, I'd heard that as metaphor. Trouble, consequences, guilt. The intangible things that follow you home when you do something stupid and mean. Now, sitting there with half a dozen tabs open and my heart going too fast, I heard it the other way. We had physically dragged it, off its stake, across a ditch, into a truck, through a door, into a shed nailed onto the back of a box where we slept, into our walls, into our pipeline of electricity and AC hum and cheap fluorescent light, into our lives in a way it had never been in anyone else's, except maybe that missing kid whose name nobody said anymore. My hand shook when I closed the forum tab. I should have stopped there. I didn't. The paper's archive had photos attached to some of the old articles. I went back to the search and started opening every piece that mentioned local farming, harvest festivals, bumper crops. Anything that might have a shot of Hank's place in the background. Most of them were useless. Close-ups of kids with face paint, women holding pies, mayors shaking hands. Eventually, though, I found a grainy black and white from the late 70s. The caption read, "Local Farm Wins County Prize." In the foreground, a younger version of Hank stood with 2 men in suits, all of them holding a blue ribbon. They were framed by the corner of a barn, and in the distance, a neat field. Behind them, way down the slope of the land, near the highway, a tiny dark cross shape broke the line of the horizon. I knew that shape now. Even at that size, it made something in me tighten. The scan quality was terrible, but I downloaded it anyway, pulled it into the basic photo viewer, and zoomed in until the pixels blurred into squares. The Scarecrow was there at the very edge of the frame, arms out, head a smudge. It was small. It was far. It was still wrong. I clicked to the next photo the archive suggested, taken maybe a year later. A different article, same farm. The angle was almost identical. Hank alone this time, closer to the camera, field rolling behind. The stake was in the shot again. Same patch of ground. You could tell from the line of the ditch, the way the fence bent. But when I zoomed in, the Scarecrow was bigger. Not because the photographer had moved. The horizon line was the same. The distance to the road hadn't changed, but in this frame, the dark shape rose higher above the tips of the corn, its arms spread wider relative to the background. It was closer to the ditch, too, the base of the post nearly kissing the edge of the slope instead of set back like before. Fence posts don't migrate. Stakes don't pull themselves up an inch forward between seasons. I clicked back to the first photo. The Scarecrow, smaller, farther from the ditch, back to the second, taller, closer to the road, back, forward, back, forward. The difference was subtle enough that anyone else would have blamed lens distortion, a trick of the grainy scan. But my brain did the little math it does when you've walked that ground in real life. When you've hauled something off a post, you can still feel under your fingers. It hadn't just been moved. It looked like it had chosen to stand a little closer, closer to the road, closer to where people might stop, or stumble, or drag it somewhere it had never been invited before. The room felt smaller around me. The laptop screen suddenly seemed too bright, too loud. I closed the photo window, but the images stayed anyway. Those tiny shifts between one year and the next, like a tall thing stretching, taking its time, deciding which edge of the field it liked best. Most nights now start the same way, under fluorescent lights and over concrete. I work second shift at a warehouse in Tolleson, out where Phoenix blurs into flat industrial blocks and truck yards. You know the kind of place before you even walk in. Big beige box of a building, chain link fence, rows of trailers backed into doors, the smell of diesel and dust hanging over everything like a film. I badge in at a little glass booth by the employee entrance. The reader beeps, the turnstile clicks, and I step into the air conditioning that never quite keeps up. The lobby is just gray tile, plastic chairs, a bulletin board full of outdated safety posters. Beyond that, the warehouse opens up, a huge echoing space of racks and aisles and numbers painted on the floor in yellow. Forklifts beep in reverse in every direction, high-pitched alarms that never stop. Pallets thump. Somebody's Bluetooth speaker leaks country music from somewhere in the racks. Overhead, the intercom crackles with calls. Dock 3, you're loaded. Dock 7, you've got a hold. Receiving, call the office. My routine is simple enough. Scan pallets, wrap pallets, move pallets. The handheld scanner chirps on every successful read, a little burst of approval in red LED. I listen more to the beeps and the clacks and the forklift horns than I do to people. That's by design. The break room is at the back, a windowless rectangle with vending machines and one of those industrial fridges you could hide a body in. It always smells like microwave burritos, instant noodles, and the sour undertone of too many people's lunches reheated in the same old appliance. The fridge motor makes a low, constant drone. Someone is always standing too close to the coffee maker, waiting for the pot to finish with that last angry drip. Sometimes I sit in there and just stare at the wall, letting the hum soak in, telling myself this is as normal as life gets for people like me. No fields, no scarecrows, just boxes and badge swipes, and a supervisor occasionally yelling that Doc 9 is behind. When my shift ends, the building empties out in waves. First shift gone for hours. Second shift trickling away one badge beep at a time. Graveyard drifting in like ghosts, pale under overhead light. I clock out, step back into the night air, and cross the parking lot toward my car. The lot is lit by tall poles, throwing that sodium yellow I know too well. Trucks rumble in the distance on the 10. My tires crunch on gravel in the same rhythm every night. The routine is a comfort and a trap at the same time. Home is a low-rise complex on the west side that's clean enough to pass landlord inspections and cheap enough not to ask questions. Stucco walls, brown trim, small balconies with plastic chairs. The parking lot wraps around in a horseshoe, dotted with oil stains and faded numbers. There's a dumpster at one end that never quite gets emptied before it starts to smell. The place looks better at night than it does during the day. The walkway lights come on in a staggered line, giving the stucco a soft, fake warmth. Inside, the hallways are narrow, carpet a color that used to be something else, walls painted an off-white that hides just enough. The lights in my hall are on a timer. They click on around sunset, click off sometime after midnight when whoever programmed them assumed people should be in bed. There's no natural light back there. When they shut off, the hallway turns into a long, dark tube. My neighbors live close, even when their doors are shut. The woman to my right watches TV loud enough that the laugh track seeps through the wall. Someone upstairs works nights opposite mine. I hear them showering when I'm trying to fall asleep. The vents carry everybody's life around. Snatches of a different argument every week. The hiss of their AC units kicking on and off. The occasional burst of cooking smells. After a couple of packages disappeared from my doormat. Little things. Online orders I can live without, but didn't feel like replacing. I finally did the thing I'd been avoiding. I bought a camera for the hallway, just a tiny cheap cylinder off the internet. Wi-Fi, motion detection, night vision. The kind meant for people who want to watch their cats from work. I mounted it on the wall across from my door, just high enough that nobody could casually knock it off without making a real effort. The app was too friendly. Little chime when it connected. A test notification on my phone that said, "Motion detected," with a cheerful icon, like it was reporting a surprise party instead of footsteps in a hallway. I tested it from inside the apartment first, walked past my own door, waited for the buzz in my pocket, tapped the alert. There I was on the screen, slightly warped by the lens, walking from one end of the hall to the other. The sound it captured was low and fuzzy, the muffled thump of my steps, the soft hum of the building, my own door closing. Once it was working, life settled into a new pattern. Work, home, microwave dinner, shower, couch. I'd put on the news or some forgettable show, scroll my phone, pretend I wasn't counting caffeine milligrams in my head. Now, though, there was an extra step. Before I went to bed, I'd open the camera app and scroll through the day's notifications, thumb flipping through little thumbnail clips of my own front door. Most of them were nothing. Neighbor from down the hall carrying laundry. A kid in a Spider-Man t-shirt tearing past. His mother hissing his name behind him. A delivery guy in a reflective vest leaving pizza at 2B and taking a quick glance back at the camera before walking away. Once, the maintenance guy with a toolbox, checking the smoke detectors. I told myself that checking the feed was responsible, adult, protecting my stuff. I did not admit, even in my own head, that I was also checking for anything too tall, too thin, with arms too long. Weeks went by, months. The clips stacked up in the app, a tiny archive of nothing much at all. Then one Friday night, the notification came while I was actually home and awake. I was on the couch, feet up on the scuffed coffee table, watching some dumb show where people screamed at each other over renovations. AC humming through the wall, neighbor's TV doing that delayed echo trick where I could hear a laugh half a second after the laugh track on my own screen. My phone buzzed on the armrest. Motion detected. Hallway cam. I frowned. I hadn't heard a knock. No footsteps. The hallway light outside the peephole was glowing the way it always did. I picked up the phone and tapped the alert. The app loaded the clip, a little spinning wheel processing the video from 15 seconds earlier. The feed came up. The view was familiar now. My front door centered in the frame, the length of hallway stretching away to one side, ending at the far wall where the carpet met the corner. The exposure did that thing low-end cameras do, making the whites too bright and the shadows too deep. For the first 3 seconds of the clip, nothing moved. The hall was empty. No neighbors, no kids, no stray cats. Just the patterned carpet, scuffed baseboards, my door, the exit sign glow bleeding in at the far end. Then, in the middle of the playback, the image shuddered. Just a little. A blip. The picture smeared, like someone had dragged their finger across a painting before it dried. The LED above my door stretched into a white streak. The far wall rippled. For one frame, maybe two. Something vertical leaned into the very edge of the shot. It was on the right side, just past my door, half caught by the wide-angle distortion. Tall. Too tall for the space. A narrow column of darkness that seemed to bend slightly inward, like it had been mid-step when the camera froze it. There were no features, no clear outline of hands or clothes, just a suggestion of long limbs and a space where a head should be that seemed wrong. Higher than the top of my doorframe, maybe. A blank absence where the wall should have cut it off. Down near where a wrist might have been. 3 tiny flecks of light glinted in a row, as if something small and metallic hung and had caught the glow from the exit sign for just that fraction of a second. Then the image snapped back. The hallway was empty again. The camera continued to record a few more seconds of nothing. No door opening, no footsteps, just the low fuzz of ambient sound. My own reflection stared back at me from the phone screen as the clip ended. Pale, lined in the bluish light, eyes too wide. Glitch, I told myself, almost out loud. Compression artifact. Wireless interference. The same phrases the tech had used back when Cruz showed me the frame from the old Stan's camera. Cheap unit. Bad lighting. Grain plus motion equals weird ghosts. I rewound the clip and watched it again. Empty hall. Smear. Tall shadow. Flecks of light. Empty hall. My heart beat a little faster each time, but the part of my brain that keeps the rest from shattering grabbed onto the words and held tight. Glitch. Artifact. The app did not care either way. It flashed its generic summary at the top of the screen. One motion event. 9:42 p.m. Tap to download. Tap to delete. I didn't do either. I set the phone face down on the coffee table, turned the TV volume up 2 notches, and told myself, for the 1000th time, that I was living a normal life in a normal apartment with a normal hallway. In the wall behind me, the neighbor's vent sighed. Somewhere outside my door, on the other side of the thin wood and cheaper paint, the building settled with a soft, hollow creak. The hallway camera should have been enough. After I saw that tall smear in the feed, the one frame where something too long and too thin leaned into the edge of the shot, I told myself it was just the camera. Just cheap hardware doing what cheap hardware does when fluorescent lights flicker and Wi-Fi hiccups. Then the complex decided to upgrade security. There had been a couple of car break-ins, some kid tagging the side of a building, a bicycle disappearing from the rack. Management's answer was a mass email full of cheerful bullet points and reassurance. New cameras installed, better lighting. Residents can view footage through our convenient portal. I remember reading it and thinking, good. Something else absorbing the world's motion so I don't have to. They put one of the cameras over the rear lot, the one my building faced. It was mounted high on the second floor wall, angled down over the rectangle of cracked asphalt where we all fought for shade under a few tired trees. The image it sent out to the app was wide angle, distorted at the edges, all sodium yellow and muddy shadows. The portal was simple. Log in with your tenant account, pick a camera, see the last few events tagged by the motion detection. Management liked to tout it as community transparency. Mostly, it meant people could spy on each other hauling groceries and sneaking in late. For a while, I ignored it. I had enough ghosts on my own app. I did not need to add the buildings too. The night that changed, I went to bed around 1:30. Late, but not unusual. The warehouse hum had followed me home the way it always did. Forklift beeps still echoing behind my ears. The whine of pallet jacks woven into the rush of traffic outside my window. I brushed my teeth, checked my hallway cam, empty, set my phone on the milk crate nightstand, and stretched out in the dark. The apartment's soundtrack settled in around me. Upstairs, someone walked back and forth a few times. Bedroom to bathroom, bathroom to bedroom, then stopped. A TV somewhere clicked off, leaving a silence that made my own AC's hum sound louder. The fridge in the kitchenette rumbled, then cut out. The sudden lack of noise like a held breath. I must have drifted, but not far. When my phone buzzed, it felt like I had just barely stepped into sleep. I snapped awake, heart already kicking, hand groping for the rectangle in the dark. The screen lit up my face with that too bright blue. 2 notifications stacked over whatever time it was. The first was familiar. Motion detected. Hallway cam, 3:12 a.m. The second, right under it, made my stomach tighten. Motion detected. Rear lot. 3:12 a.m. I stared at the times for a second. Same minute, maybe the same second. Apt complex app icon, my little hallway cams icon. For a moment, I considered turning the phone off, rolling over, and forcing myself to sink into sleep on spite alone. My thumb opened the complex app anyway. The interface took a second to load. Little spinning circle thinking hard. The top of the screen showed a list of recent events from the rear lot. Most of them were from earlier. People coming home between 10 and midnight. A stray cat setting off the motion when it darted under a car around 1. At the top, 3:12:08 a.m. Motion. Rear lot. Tap to view. I tapped. The feed came up in landscape when I turned the phone sideways, the timestamp ticking in the bottom corner. The view was the same one I'd seen in the app's sample images. The lot spread out in a shallow V, dumpster hulking on the left, the line of parked cars forming dark, rounded shapes under the yellow glow of the light pole. The building's wall and stairwell were off to the right, just out of frame. At the start of the clip, nothing moved. The camera's night mode had that strange, over-sharpened look. Edges a little too crisp, shadows a little too solid. The dumpster's side was sprayed with graffiti, the colors turned into muddy grays. A plastic bag shivered near the fence, caught on a weed, moving just enough in the breeze to register as life. I listened for sound, but the complex had audio turned off. Better for privacy, the email had said. I had to imagine the background noise, the soft hiss of traffic on the main road, a distant barking dog, the low hum of the building's AC units. At 5 seconds in, the picture changed. At first, it was just a shift in the balance of shadows on the right-hand side of the frame, where the corner of the building cut short the view. Then something stepped into the camera's field, only from the chest down. It walked in on a diagonal from the blind spot, moving toward the center of the lot. The upper part of it, anything that might have passed for shoulders, neck, head, was out of frame, sliced clean off by the top edge. All the camera caught were the torso, arms, and legs. The shirt was flannel. The pattern was broken by the graininess of the image, but I could see the blocks of light and dark. Something like red and black turned to gray and charcoal in the sodium wash. The sleeves were long, hanging a little loose. The jeans were pale, worn lighter at the knees, the thighs, the edges of the pockets. The legs looked too long for the width of the hips, giving the whole lower half a stretched, wrong proportion. The way it moved made my teeth ache. Each step was slow, deliberate, heels planting hard, toes rolling down. The knees did not bend as much as they should have. It looked stiff, like a puppet whose strings had been cut only halfway. There was no sway in the hips, no casual shift of weight, just forward motion, patient and certain. At the ends of the sleeves, something hung. Small, round shapes, maybe 3 or 4 on each side, dangling at different lengths. The camera's resolution turned them into pale blur spots, but every time the figure's arm swung, those spots swung too, the way things do when they hang from wire or string. Even with no audio, I could hear it in my head. Clink, clink, clink. The figure walked from right to left until it reached the middle of the lot, between my column of spaces and the row closer to the dumpster. Then it stopped. The timestamp ticked up. 3:12, 13, 14, 15. It stood there perfectly still, arms hanging at its sides, dangling shadows of what I knew were cans swaying to a stop. It didn't look at the camera. Not directly. It couldn't. Its head was somewhere above the frame. But the angle of the shoulders, the slight tilt of the torso, suggested it had turned outward, toward the building, toward the second-floor balconies and windows, toward me. I realized I was holding my breath. I let it out slowly, not wanting to fog the glass of my own screen. The figure remained there for a few seconds that felt much longer, a cut-out shape against the pale rectangle of the cracked asphalt. In front of it, the nearest car, a silver SUV I'd seen 100 times, parked in the same spot, sat with its side windows reflecting the spill of light from above. I paused the clip and pinched to zoom, the phone trying to enhance a picture that did not want to cooperate. The pixels blurred, then sharpened as much as they were going to. The flannel resolved into blocks, the jeans into smudges of lighter and darker gray. The cans were just brighter spots at the ends of the sleeves, catching enough of the lamp to leave streaks when the camera moved. My eyes slid up to the SUV's side window. In the reflection, warped by the curvature of the glass and the angle of the light, something looked back. It could have been nothing. brain sees faces in smoke, in clouds, in the grain of wood. We are wired to find eyes and mouths where none exist. Knowing that did not help. In the glass, superimposed beneath the hazy shape of the lamp, was something that could have been a head. Too round to be entirely human, too angular to be just a pumpkin. A bulge at the top, narrowing toward a chin that didn't exist. Dark hollows where eyes would go, a suggestion of a mouth carved a little too wide. Pumpkin, mannequin, memory. Some unholy blend of all three. The frame jittered for a moment, the reflection smearing. When it steadied, the figure was still there, but the head shape in the window had shifted just enough that the eye hollows aligned more closely with where I knew the camera was mounted. Like it had turned to check which angle it was being watched from. I let the footage play. The thing in the lot stayed in that same spot for another 5 seconds. No cars drove by on the street beyond. No apartment windows lit up. It was just there, in the middle of the shared space where people dragged their trash and struggled with groceries and laughed into their phones, existing in a way nothing should in a place like this. Then it moved. Not much. Just a small roll of the shoulders, a rotation of the torso. The upper body twisted, just enough that more of its front was angled toward the camera mounted high on the wall. The arms swung out a little, the cans at the ends of them flaring bright for a split second as they caught the light full on. Even without seeing a face, I felt it. Recognition. You know the feeling when you're in a crowded place and, for no reason, you become convinced someone is staring at you? The way your back tightens, your skin pricks, your mind fills in the line of sight you cannot see? It was like that, distilled into pixels and thrown at me through a screen the size of my hand. It knew there was a camera. It knew the camera could see it. It was not hiding. It was acknowledging. At 3:12:21, as the timestamp ticked over, the figure took another step, angling back toward the blind spot on the right. The frame dragged, caught, and then there was only a sliver of flannel at the edge, a suggestion of denim, the blur of the cans flashing once more. Then nothing. The lot was empty again. Just the dumpster, the cars, the bleach yellow light. The clip ran another 10 seconds of vacancy before the motion detection decided there was nothing else worth saving. I watched it 3 times in a row. Every time, the same progression. Empty lot, entry from the right, flannel, jeans, cans, stillness. That slow, almost polite turn toward the camera as if to say, I see you seeing me. On the 4th rewatch, my phone dimmed, assuming I had fallen asleep. I tapped the screen to bring it back and caught my own reflection in the black between frames. Eyes wide, face lined more than I remembered, the blue light making me look a little unreal. I backed out of the clip, heart pounding. The app cheerfully summarized the event. Rear lot, motion, 19 seconds. Options at the bottom, save, share, delete. I did none of those things. I killed the app, dropped the phone onto the bed next to me, and stared at the ceiling in the dark as the building around me breathed in machines and neighbors and whatever else had decided to start passing through our shared spaces again. After the parking lot clip, I stopped pretending any of this was just extra security. I went into the app settings and turned on every archiving option I could find. Auto-save events to my phone. Auto-upload to the cloud. Keep footage for 30 days instead of 7. If the cameras were going to keep showing me things nobody else wanted to see, I wanted copies. On my days off, I did something that probably qualifies as crazy in any normal metric. I studied the clips, I'd sit at my little kitchen table, laptop open, phone plugged in, pulling the videos down and watching them in slow motion, frame by frame, backwards, forwards. I downloaded a cheap player that let me step through individual frames with the arrow keys. I told myself I was looking for proof, something I could show a cop, a landlord, anybody, something that would make another pair of eyes narrow and say, yeah, that's not nothing. Really, I think I was trying to convince myself I hadn't stitched two different lives together into one long hallucination. I watched the rear lot clip so many times, the timestamp burned into my vision when I closed my eyes. 3:12:08. Entry from the right, flannel and denim, and those little swinging highlights at the wrists. 3:12:13. Stillness in the middle of the lot, arms at its sides. 3:12:18. That slow turn toward the camera, like a person hearing their name. I kept pausing, stepping through each frame, counting the pixels between one boot and the next. The stride length was wrong for a human, too long without being a run. The knees didn't tuck in with each step. They swung out like something hinged in the wrong places. I didn't need the measurements to know it, though. There was a deeper recognition, the part of me that remembered the sound of straw on dirt at the edge of Hank's field, the rhythm of those steps when I ran barefoot along the highway. How no matter how fast I moved, the distance behind me never seemed to change. The cadence was the same. Long drag, shift, long drag. If you stripped away the gravel and replaced it with field dirt, if you swapped the yellow parking lot lamp for the moon over a ruined stand, it was the same pattern. Like a bad song that had just changed instruments over the years. That realization didn't give me proof. It just made my skin sit wrong on my bones. So when the next notification came from the hallway camera, I was already primed. It was 3 nights after the parking lot visitor. Another late shift, another slow unwind on the couch, with the TV talking in low voices to nobody in particular. I'd checked the rear lot feed before bed. Nothing but a neighbor getting home and someone leaving early for work. My phone buzzed on the arm of the couch, just as I was thinking about calling it a night. Motion detected. Front hallway, 1:26 a.m. The wording always made me laugh, a little too cheerful for what it was. Tonight, it just made my throat tighten. I tapped it open. The clip was only 6 seconds long. That was the first thing that felt off. Most hallway events, when a neighbor walked by or the maintenance guy did his rounds, ran longer. 10, 15 seconds to catch their entry and exit. The still frame that came up was textbook boring. Grayish patterned carpet, off-white walls. My door on the right side of the frame, my neighbor's on the left, both closed. The exit sign's red glow, bleeding in faintly from the far corner. No movement. A little timeline bar sat under the video, showing the 6 seconds with a blue line. At the 3-second mark, there was a tiny red notch, smaller than the playhead, almost cosmetic. I hit play. Seconds 1, 2, and 3. Nothing. The camera's auto exposure gently breathing, adjusting to the static scene. No shadows. No footsteps. At second 4, the clip ended. No neighbor. No visitor. No bug crawling across the lens. Just nothing. I frowned and dragged the playhead back, this time moving it slowly along the timeline until it hovered right over that micro-red mark at 3 seconds. The app hesitated like it didn't like being that precise, then jumped. For a single beat, the picture changed. The hallway stayed where it was. The carpet, the walls, my door, the slightly crooked ceiling light. But over it, like someone had laid a second transparency on top of the first, Another space flickered into place. It was darker, narrower. The colors were wrong, more washed out, like an older camera with a different sensor. I recognized it before I wanted to. The hallway of the stand. Same cheap paneling, the seams visible in the walls. Same low ceiling with its buzzing fluorescent tube. On one side, the door frame that led to the break room. On the other, the darker rectangle of the shed door, half ajar. The two spaces sat on top of each other, offset, but aligned just enough to make my brain try to reconcile them. My apartment's beige wall, with the old stand's wood grain bleeding through. My neighbor's door, overlapping the storage shed entrance like two bad ideas superimposed. And in the layered middle, where the halls met, something stood. Tall, thin. Almost all of its height was in the overlay. The stand's world rather than mine, but its shape intruded into both. Arms outstretched, just a little wider than the width of the corridor, like it was bracing itself between two walls that didn't belong in the same building. Its head, if it had one in this flicker, was cut off by the top of the frame, same as in the parking lot video. All I could see was the long two-straight column of its torso and the start of the neck, a smear of darker shadow where the two hallways' ceilings overlapped. The image lasted exactly one frame. I know because my eye barely had time to send panic to my brain before the app snapped back to the regular view. Empty apartment hallway, blank and bland. The playhead jumped from the red tick at 3 seconds to 3.12, and the world was normal again. My hand shook as I scrubbed back and forth over that tiny mark, hunting the exact pixel where the overlay appeared. Each pass, I saw it again. The double corridor, the tall figure, arms out. I'm hallucinating, I said under my breath. I'm overtired, that's all. Out of habit, I hit the audio icon. The hallway mic is terrible. It mostly captures hiss and the distant, woofed thump of doors closing. During the first couple of seconds of the clip, that's all there was. A bed of low static. A faint rumble I knew was the building's AC. I dragged the playhead right to the red tick and stepped through frame by frame. Frame before, hiss. Frame with the overlap. A tiny, bright sound under the static. Not loud, not clear, but there. Two quick notes, high and hollow, tapping against each other. Clink. If I hadn't spent years listening for that sound, I would have missed it. As it was, it cut straight through my rationalizations and settled like a weight at the base of my skull. I sat there for a long time, phone in hand, the frozen image of my empty hallway staring back at me. The apartment was quiet except for the fridge cycling on and off and the occasional water rush in the pipes when someone upstairs flushed. The smart thing to do would have been to delete it. The second smartest would have been to ignore it. I did neither. Instead, I hit the export icon. The app dutifully offered options: save frame, save clip, share to email. I chose save frame, dragged the slider to the exact point where the two hallways overlapped, and confirmed. A progress wheel spun, then gave me a little check mark, saved to photos. I left the camera app and opened my gallery. The latest thumbnail was exactly what I expected. The still from the hallway video, timestamp in the corner. I tapped it open, bracing myself. The image that filled the screen was perfectly ordinary. My hallway, carpet, walls, doors, no overlay, no wood paneling bleeding through from a decade-old stand, no tall figure stretching its arms to bridge 2 lifetimes. Just the bland beige corridor outside my apartment at 1:26 a.m. I went back, double-checked I'd picked the right frame. I had. I tried again, this time saving the entire 6-second clip to my phone's storage instead of just one image. When I played that version back in the gallery app, it was just 6 seconds of nothing. No red tick on the timeline, no flicker of the other place, no cans, no clink. Only in the original app, the live feed archive, the stream as the camera had sent it in real time. Did the glitch still exist? Only there could I drag the playhead to that tiny mark and see the hallways kiss for a fraction of a second. The tall shadow bracing itself in the seam, the sound of metal tapping under the static. I sat very still, phone heavy in my hand, the realization slowly crystallizing around me. It wasn't just passing through rooms anymore. It had done that already. Fields to stands, to warehouses, to apartment lots. It wasn't just following me by foot, or by whatever the closest thing it had to feet was. It was in the cameras, in the switches between frames, in the dropped packets and the compression artifacts, in the 1-second dips where machines pause between cycles and nobody notices the tiny gap. What every tech I'd ever talked to called a glitch might not have been a malfunction at all. It might have been someone or something leaning on the other side of the glass between worlds, testing the strength of the line, seeing what it could push through. The building's AC unit cut out for a breath just then. The fridge compressor clicked off. Upstairs, the neighbor's TV went quiet. For one small, weightless second, the apartment slipped into total silence. In that clean, drilled-out pause, my phone vibrated in my hand. Motion detected. Front hallway. I am back where this started, or at least where you first met me, in a 1-bedroom apartment on the west side of Phoenix, staring at a laptop screen that makes my hands look more tired than they feel. The place looks exactly like you probably imagine it. Sink with 2 bowls in it because I keep reusing the same ones. One with dried red sauce stuck to the rim from last night's frozen lasagna. One with a coffee ring dried into the bottom. Countertop with a grocery store pizza box folded flat and leaning against the trash can because I keep forgetting to take it down to the dumpster. The TV is off for once, a black rectangle reflecting a warped version of me at the table. The only clocks in here with numbers are digital. The one on the microwave under the cabinet says 1:47 a.m. in sickly green, glowing over the crumbs and the bottle of cheap hot sauce. My phone's lock screen time is a minute ahead, face down to the right of the laptop, screen lighting the wood every so often with a quiet complaining buzz when a notification comes in. The room smells like leftover cheese and old coffee and whatever cleaner they used in here before I moved in that never quite goes away. Outside my window, past the blinds that don't close all the way, the parking lot sits under the same color of sodium light I have been running from for most of my adult life. I can picture it, even without looking. The tilted dumpster sitting in its concrete pen, the row of tired sedans and sunburned SUVs, oil stains spreading like shadows nobody claimed. The building has its own heartbeat. The central AC for the complex kicks on and off in a cycle I know better than my own. You can feel it more than hear it at first. A faint vibration in the floor, the rush of air in the vents, the way the doors swell just enough in their frames that the hinges creak differently. A car rolls by on the street out front every few minutes, tires hissing on the asphalt. Someone downstairs closes their door too hard, and the impact rises through the bones of the building as a dull thump. It's all background noise, the kind you'd usually stop noticing after a week. I do not get that luxury anymore. You're probably asking why I'm telling all of this to a stranger on the internet through a horror channel of all things. I have asked myself that maybe 40 times tonight. It's not like I didn't try the correct options first. I went to a therapist once. Real office. Framed degrees on the wall. A sound machine in the corner pretending we were on a beach somewhere. I sat on a soft chair and told exactly half the story. A friend who disappeared. A break-in we couldn't explain. A night run on US 60 that ended with me face down in a ditch. She listened, nodded at all the right times, and printed out a worksheet about trauma responses. She used words like hypervigilance and PTSD features and intrusive imagery. When I mentioned the cans, the way I kept hearing them in random silences, her gaze slid, just for a second, to the little bottle of antipsychotic samples on her shelf before she caught herself and looked back at me. I could see the fork in the road before she even finished her sentence. We could go down the meds path. We could go deeper into how much of this is real. We could unspool my nights into symptom lists and coping skills. She didn't know how to write Scarecrow in her notes without it turning into something else entirely. I didn't know how to tell the rest without watching her face slide from professional concern into quiet alarm. I didn't go back. The police were worse. Once you have ran barefoot into traffic and told a trooper a straw man chased me in your unofficial history, they don't rush to open that file again when a missing person case quietly dies. Brandon's name stopped appearing in their updates. The last time I called the non-emergency line to ask if anything had changed on his case, the woman on the phone said, "We'll let you know if we find anything," in the tone people use when they are really saying, "We won't." Nobody wanted to hear about a scarecrow. Nobody wanted to revisit a dead stand and a farm that had already turned into weeds. People like clean categories: runaway, unstable, grief-stricken, not followed by something that doesn't fit on any form. So here we are, you, wherever you are, bedroom, car, headphones on in some dim living room, listening to a stranger who is either telling the truth, lying very convincingly, or slowly coming apart in a way that happens to be entertaining. I am not asking you to fix it. I am realistic enough now to know that this is not that kind of story. All I want, more than anything, is to have this live somewhere outside my own head. Police reports get filed away. Therapists move offices. HDDs fail. Channels go dark. But for a little while at least, this will be a thing you heard. And remember, instead of just a loop, I run alone at 2 a.m. If one person hears this and 10 minutes later is still thinking about the sound of cans in a hallway they thought was empty, I have done better than every official avenue I've tried. That brings me to the part that has kept me from writing this down for so long, and the reason I'm doing it now. Every building I have ever lived in has had the same trick. I think yours does too, if you pay attention. Most of the time, there's always something making noise. AC humming, fridge ticking, upstairs neighbor walking, traffic a few blocks away, the stupid little compressor in the drinking fountain in the laundry room, all those machines, all those people, stacking sound on sound until silence is just a theoretical idea. But once in a while, once a day, or once a week, or whenever the math lines up just so, they all pause at the same time. The AC cuts off. The fridge lands right between cycles. The neighbor's TV is between episodes. No cars pass outside that exact second. The building breathes out and forgets to breathe in for just a heartbeat. you get a clean second. One honest, undiluted slice of no sound at all. Most people never notice it. They just blink or roll over in bed or scratch their nose, and the world starts up again. The second comes and goes with nobody watching. I notice every single one. For me, that second has become the only time I am truly scared anymore. Not when I hear a neighbor in the hall. Not when the pipes knock. Not even when my phone buzzes with another motion-detected notification. It's that drilled-out gap between hums. That heartbeat where the building's pulse stops, and something else, something I followed home years ago, seems to lean and listen. That is when it likes to move. That is when it has always moved. Between frames, between sounds. In the cracks, where nothing human is happening for one perfect beat. I can feel one of those seconds coming tonight, the way some people claim to feel storms in their bones. The AC unit in the wall has been running hard for the last half hour, a steady roar under the quiet. The fridge compressor just kicked in, adding its own thrum. Downstairs, someone is watching something loud. Another cop show with fake sirens and a laugh track that doesn't know when to stop. Cars hiss by on the road in front in inconsistent bursts. But I know this building now. It has rhythms. The AC cycles about every 40 minutes. The fridge only runs for 10 at a stretch. The neighbor's TV tends to go off right around the time the microwave clock ticks over to the next hour, like they're trying to pretend they keep a schedule. The timing is lining up. I can feel it like a pressure change. You should also know something else. I had another notification tonight. Front hallway. Motion detected. It's still sitting on my phone screen, buried under the others, waiting. I haven't opened it yet. I didn't want to see whatever frame it decided to save until I got this part out of me and into you. So here I am, typing at this table, fingers hitting keys a little too hard, pizza box leaning against the trash, sink full of dishes, parking lot humming under my window. The hallway outside my door is lit by that same buzzing fluorescent tube. The little camera facing my door is still doing its best to catch anything that walks past. I am telling you all of this because right now, in the middle of this sentence, I feel it happening. The AC shuts off mid-breath. The fridge stops its low buzz. Outside, the last car for a while slides past and the road goes quiet. Downstairs, someone turns their TV off. For the length of a single heartbeat, the entire building is absolutely, perfectly silent. That second is happening right now while I'm typing this sentence. When that second of silence hits, it feels like someone has put their hands on the building and held it still. No AC, no fridge, no neighbor's pipes, no distant traffic, nothing. In that vacuum, my phone buzzes against the table, the vibration loud as a knock. The screen lights up with the same little banner I have seen 100 times now, but it feels different sitting in the spine of that silence. Motion detected. Front hallway. For a moment, I just stare at the words. I could pretend I did not see it. I could put the phone face down again and wait for the noise of the world to spool back up. Let that second pass without knowing what walked through it. My hand does not care what I want. It closes around the phone, slick with sweat, thumb dragging the notification open. The app loads slower than it ever has, spinning wheel on a black background, as if the connection itself is reluctant. I don't go to the event list this time. I don't want the safety of a little saved clip I can replay and dissect later. I tap Live View. The image snaps in. The hallway appears on my screen, wide-angle distortion, making the walls bow inward a little, like the camera is sitting in the throat of something and looking out. The low wall lights throw a yellow smear along the carpet, turning the gray pattern into something sickly. My door is on the right side of the frame, familiar in a way I hate. Old brass knob, deadbolt, the faint scuff where grocery bags hit it every week. My neighbor's door is on the left, shut, chain dangling. No one is there. The timestamp in the corner matches my microwave. The stream icon says, live, steady, not buffering. Featureless emptiness fills the tiny frame like it has every right to be there. My heart is beating too hard for what I'm seeing. I tell myself this, like logic and vital signs have ever had anything to do with each other. I pinch the screen to zoom just a little. The image jumps in a notch, pixels thickening. Now my door takes up more of the view, the knob a little clearer, oval shape catching the light. The far end of the hall falls out of frame. All that remains is the stretch of carpet between my door and my neighbor's, the slice of ceiling with its buzzing light, the narrow strip of wall that has been the background to every short, boring hallway clip I've ever saved. The audio slider is up. The camera mic hisses. The usual digital sea of nothing. Under it, something else breathes in. It starts as texture, just another layer of noise. A faint, restless rasp. I hold the phone closer, as if plugging it into my head will help. The sound resolves. It is not AC. I know the sound of air moving through ducts in my sleep. It is not footsteps either. There is no heel-to-toe rhythm, no thump, no squeak of rubber on carpet. It sounds like something dry, dragging across something smoother. Straw and paint, fibers catching and sliding in long, slow strokes. It rises and falls in a kind of breathing cycle. There, then paused, then there again. A few seconds of nothing. I swallow and realize I can hear a quieter version of the same thing without the phone. Out in the actual hallway, on the other side of the door I am facing, a faint scrape runs from low to high, like something leaning its full height along the wall and letting whatever passes for fingers trace the length of it. The sound makes the hairs on my arms stand up, not because it is loud, but because I can feel it inside the drywall, close enough that if I pressed my hand flat to the paint, I might feel it through my palm. The hiss in the app and the whisper outside sync up, overlapping, perfectly in time. The live feed is not just showing me the hallway, it is listening to it with me. My mouth is dry. The room feels too small. The laptop screen in front of me has gone dim. The cursor on my unfinished sentence blinking like a weak heartbeat. All of my attention narrows to that little rectangle of hallway, that cheap camera's electric eye pointed at my own front door. The scraping stops. The mic goes back to raw hiss. On the screen, the picture doesn't change. Still the same empty strip of carpet, the same two closed doors, the same yellow light. I tell myself to breathe. I do, shallow and loud, and the app picks it up as a faint swell of sound, reminding me I am the only thing in this apartment making any noise at all. Then I see it. Not head on. Not the nice, clear monster shot you get in movies. The camera is too high and too dumb for that. I see it in the reflection on my own door handle. The brass is old and dull, but it still throws back a warped little fisheye of whatever is in front of it. Most of the time, that's just the opposite wall in a smear of light. Tonight, as I squint, the reflection thickens. The knob's oval curve shows a pale blur where my own door would be in reverse, a darker band where the opposite wall is, and behind that, at the top edge of the little distorted world, something vertical cuts through the light. It is not clear. It is not kind enough to give me features. It is just a darker suggestion of height, topping the reflection's frame. The kind of thing that could be a person standing too close, just out of the direct view of the lens, front pressed to the tiny camera's blind spot, too close for the camera to know it is there. Tall enough that the knob reflection catches its middle, not its face. Arms too long if the stretched blur on either side is what I think it is. Standing in that one sweet spot where it can reach both the door and the wall, leaning in like it is listening to the wood. I lower the phone a fraction, staring at my actual door. From where I sit, all I get is the plain brass, the familiar deadbolt, the same chipped paint. The hallway outside is just a concept from here. The thickness of 3 inches of hollow core wood and a weather strip. On the screen, that off-center shadow in the reflection stays put. My stomach flips. I drag the zoom out a notch, forcing myself to take in more of the scene. The camera obeys, pulling back enough to show the full width of the hall again. Carpet, walls, both doors. For a second, I think the live view has frozen. There is a shape now, dead center in the feed. It wasn't there a moment before. At first, my brain registers it as some kind of block in the compression, just a darker smudge that the sensor hasn't quite resolved. But the longer I look, the more it sharpens into something familiar. Not the too tall, too thin outline I've been running from, but something more mundane and somehow worse. A man standing with his back to the camera. He fills the middle of the hall, shoulders rounded, weight settled slightly on one leg. His silhouette cuts across the space between my door and my neighbor's, body blocking the view of the far wall as if he has been standing there the whole time, and the camera has just now decided to admit it. He is wearing a gray t-shirt, the particular washed-out shade you get when you buy something dark and cheap and put it through too many laundromat cycles. The hem hangs just past the belt line of a pair of jeans, the same faded blue I see when I look down at my own legs right now. For a second, I tell myself it's a neighbor, some guy I have never met, standing outside my apartment for some reason, watching, listening, something. Then I see the way his shoulders slope, the way his neck sits a little forward from the rest of his spine, the exact tilt of his head as he seems to be looking, not at my door, but at something lower, something in his hands. The thing in his hands is a small, glowing rectangle. The light from it washes his forearms, his knuckles, the front of his shirt in a familiar electric blue. I look down and realize my own hands are in the same position. Elbows bent, wrists angled, phone tilted just so. My gray t-shirt is stretched the same way across my shoulders. The jeans are the same pair. The angle of my own head, reflected faintly in the black edge of the phone screen, matches the tilt of the figures on the live view. The man in the hallway is me. Not in some metaphorical, I saw myself way. In the literal sense that the camera is showing a back I recognize from every bathroom mirror I have ever stood in front of. It is the exact version of me sitting at this table right now. Same clothes, same posture, same phone in his hands, except he is out there, in the hall, between my door and my neighbor's. Instead of inside this room, looking at a screen, I do the stupid thing and glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see the back of another me standing there. There is nothing but the sink, the counter, the the glow of the microwave clock. The live view does not care. On the screen, that other me just stands there, unmoving, as if he walked out into the hall a few seconds ago to stare at his own front door and forgot to move again. Behind him, very faint through the camera mic, dry fibers scrape slowly along the wall, like something tall and patient is leaning over his shoulder to watch with him. There is a moment where every bad idea in your life lines up in a neat little row and waits to see what you do next. For me, it is right now. The live view on my phone still shows that impossible angle. The hallway outside my door, empty, but with that other version of me standing there a second ago, back to the camera, gray t-shirt and jeans, and glowing phone in his hands. The feed hiccuped, and when it came back, he was gone. The silence in the apartment is still total. The AC has not kicked back on. The fridge has not remembered its job. The road outside might as well not exist. On the table in front of me, the laptop cursor blinks at the end of the last sentence I typed, a little green metronome asking what comes next. I know one thing with a clarity that cuts through everything else. If I stand up, if I walk over to that door, if I put my hand on the knob and twist, I will complete whatever that camera tried to show me. I will step into the exact position the other me was frozen in. The two images will line up. The hallway, the door, the gray shirt, the phone. I don't know what happens after that. I am not sure I want to find out. So I do the only thing I still control. I stay sitting. My feet stay planted on the cheap vinyl floor. My chair creaks, but I do not push it back. The distance between me and the door remains exactly what it is. I put both hands back on the keyboard. For a second, my fingers hover there, useless. Then they start moving. It feels stupid, saying it out loud, but I can't shake it. As long as I am typing, as long as I am putting this into words, I am anchored on this side of the door, as if every sentence is another nail in the floorboards keeping me where I am, not where it wants me. My breathing is too loud in the quiet. I can hear the tiny mechanical tick of the cheap wall clock above the TV, each second punching a pinhole into the silence. Tick, type, type, spacebar, tick. The apartment is so still, I can hear the blood in my own ears. On the other side of the door, something remembers how to move. It starts as a soft interruption in the hallway mic's hiss. On the phone screen, the audio waveform twitches. My speakers pick it up as the faintest new sound, buried under the static. There is no mistaking it. A single, light tap of metal on tile. Not on the carpet in the hall, closer than that. It has weight, but not much. The sound of an empty can making contact with a hard surface it has no business being on. Clink. The tile just outside my front door is a strip, maybe a foot wide, between the hall carpet and the threshold. It's there so the door has something solid to swing over. I know the exact size of it because I've stood barefoot on it 100 times, feeling the line where rough fibers give way to smooth ceramic when I step out to grab packages. That is where that sound comes from. The phone stays pointed at the live view. The hallway looks unchanged. Same gray runner, same closed doors, same low wall lights. I keep typing. Every word feels like a physical thing, like I am stacking them between me and the door. My fingers blur over the keys, not because I am calm, but because if I stop, if the clatter stops, I am going to hear too much. Space bar. The bar makes a different noise than the letters. A low, hollow thud. Somewhere in my rattled brain, the two sounds fuse. Every press of the bar becomes another echo, of something heavy shifting in straw. A boot stepping down into a row of dry stalks, a hand moving a can on a string. Outside, the hallway mic picks up that dry, dragging whisper again. Straw on paint, straw on drywall. Shh. I freeze for half a breath, then pound the spacebar 3 times in a row, as if I can drown it out with punctuation somewhere on the other side of the door. I imagine a few strands of straw shedding away from a sleeve and falling onto the tile, each one landing without a sound I can hear. The hallway camera disagrees. The mic catches another set of notes. This time, not a single tap. 3 in a row. Clink, clink, clink. Even quiet, the pattern is unmistakable. Not an accident, not random. It sounds like someone extending their arms slowly, letting the cans at their wrists brush the wall as they spread, first the right, then the left, then maybe both together, each touch producing that thin metallic contact. On the live view, the image flickers, the way it did in all the worst clips. No overlay this time, no farm hallway laid over my building, no scarecrow silhouette framed in the middle. Just a split-second warping of the lines, a brief bend in the perspective that makes the corners of the hallway lean a little too far inward. The air in the room feels thicker, like it's been replaced with something that doesn't want to let my lungs expand. I take my left hand off the keyboard long enough to tap a button on the phone. Start screen recording? It asks, cheerful. I hit yes. A red dot appears in the corner, something I have never used before, and suddenly wish I could trust with everything. If I am going to disappear into a ditch of bad stories and worse explanations, I want at least 5 seconds of what I saw to outlive me. I am tired of having to tell people about the things cameras decide not to keep. The red dot pulses. The timer starts counting up. The live view holds steady. Hallway, doors, nothing. But the audio clears, like something leaned closer to the mic. Under the hiss, under the thin electrical hum of the wall lights, I hear something I have never heard clearly before. Not just cans, not just straw. Something like breath, but wrong. Not in and out through lungs, through space. Imagine wind pushed through thousands of tiny dry tubes at once. The sound a field makes when a gust moves across it, but closer, condensed. 1,000 straws rubbing against each other with every exhale. A dry, papery susurrus that has cadence but not comfort. It is close enough that it sounds like it is breathing through the microphone, not in front of it. I keep my hands on the keys. My fingers tap, 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 a little too hard. Letters jumping onto the screen in crooked lines. I can feel the moment where this stops being just for me and shifts into something else. So I talk to you, not out loud. The building is doing enough echoing without my voice. On the screen, in the story itself, I write straight into the part of the world where this might eventually be heard. I am not asking for advice. I'm not going to end this with stay safe or always double check your cameras or any of the other neat little morals people like to stick on things they don't really understand. All I am saying is this: if this video or this story ever makes it to you, it means either I hit send in time or something else decided I was no longer the only one who needed to hear it. Maybe you are in bed right now, phone on your chest, some fan humming. Maybe you are in a car in a parking lot, screen propped on the steering wheel, the night pressing gently against the glass. Maybe you are in an apartment like mine, with the same cheap hallway outside and the same thin door separating you from everyone else. Maybe, while you are listening, your building will do the trick. The AC will pause. The fridge will pick the same moment to rest. The traffic outside will stall at a red light. Your world will give you 1 second of unearned quiet. If it does, pay attention to what you hear right after. My fingers slow on the keys. The clock on the wall ticks. The red recording dot on my phone blinks steadily, counting up seconds I might never watch again. Then, with no warning, the world snaps back in. The AC unit coughs and roars to life in the wall, blasting refrigerated air into the room like it never left. The fridge in the kitchen jolts and starts humming again. Outside, a car rips past on the road, tires hissing on asphalt. Somewhere downstairs, a door slams and someone laughs too loud. Noise floods the building all at once, like somebody opened a valve. For a heartbeat, it feels like nothing ever happened. Like the silence was a glitch. Like the last few minutes were only a story I told myself to explain the way my heart has been beating since 2009. Then my phone buzzes in my hand. New notification. Hallway cam. Snapshot saved. I glance down. The live view is still running, but the app has silently grabbed a still image on its own and filed it under high priority. I should ignore it. I don't. I tap into the alert. The photo opens in full screen. It does not show my door anymore. It does not show the off-white walls of this building, or my neighbor's scuffed threshold, or the crooked exit sign I have memorized. It shows a different hallway, different carpet, different doors. The pattern on the floor is darker. The paint on the walls a different tone. The numbering on the closest door is not mine. It looks like your building.